That's next week.
Yeah.
Put it on the schedule.
Actually, press the meeting.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
not
a
the only
genius.
one.
it seemed like you were about to butt in with something. And
You're
we
a
were like,
doctor.
does she need to go? Or?
I was. I can tell you later.
Okay.
Did you uninstall
We have to
Zoom
wait
too?
for the break.
Nah, I'd been gone far
I
longer.
I know
don't
why
think
my
we
computer's
would've got it,
crashing. I just can't fix it by myself. So hopefully it doesn't crash with Zoom today.
Well, that's fun.
We'll just put Maria. Maria will call one of us and we'll put her on speakerphone. That's
Yeah.
what I do when people can't figure out the Zoom.
It crashed last week, but it should be fine this week.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens. Like always. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Tales from the Forgotten Troop. We're back again, like always. If you're enjoying what we're doing and would like to support the show, we have links to our Beacons page, which has all of our affiliate stuff, so you can buy stuff and give us money, or just make some direct donations, which is always nice because we like money, and it's an easy way to show us love. And that includes merch. So go buy some merch. It's not even like all explicitly show related. We have some great Buffet du Crime stuff as well, and other just like pride designs. And
Buffet du
Yes.
Crime is so good, though.
You can gaslight
Yeah.
people by telling them you went to a fake university.
Yes.
Yes.
But let me tell you, it is significantly better than other fake universities because you can give us money instead of those
the fake
other
university
scammers.
places.
Yeah.
And
It's
we're
also-
significantly
It's not a
funnier.
scam. We're being completely upfront about it. So
yeah,
it's not
we
a scam.
will at least tell you it's a fake university. It's
Yeah.
absolutely fake.
Also, it's for the price of our merch versus how many
Yeah.
thousands
It's not
of
tens
of
dollars.
thousands of
dollars,
dollars.
yeah.
You don't have to take student loans out to claim you went to Siegel University.
It's like $50
It's a
for
triple
a
win.
sweatshirt. You could get like a ball cap for like $25. You know, it's way cheaper
Yeah.
than going to real college.
Yeah.
We
Way
will
cheaper.
fully attest you also attended CL University.
How much trouble would we be in if we started selling fake diplomas from Siegel University?
that would be a problem.
I mean, as long as you write an itty bitty print, this is not a real diploma and has no academic or other merit.
I mean, people.
That's a whole different ballpark, though.
It's food for thought.
I'll write you on a napkin a fake diploma.
There you go.
If you give money to our Ko-Fi.
But you can also follow us on social media for updates about the show and join the Discord where there's lots of fun chatter all the time. All the time. If you're watching the video on YouTube, first of all, make sure to like and subscribe so you can get notified when new videos come out each week. But if you have the time and the general schedule works for you, we do have shows live every Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern. You can join us for that and hop in chat and talk to us. Okay, that's all I have. Let's go around and have everyone introduce yourselves. And something that came up in pre-show discussion that I just want to know about for whatever reason is what is either you or your character's favorite ASMR sound?
Okay.
I don't even know what that means.
Do you not know what
Yeah.
ASMR is?
I mean, I know, but like, what? Like our
You just-
favorite sound?
Yes.
Hmm.
What the options are? I choose
There's a
A.
lot of
Anything. It is
options.
literally anything.
I just check A on
A, all
the
of them.
box and the
A, all.
bubble.
Okay.
Yeah, E all of the above. I don't
Yeah.
know.
I'm Maria. I play Elena, aka Easy Living, and the only ASMR sound I can tolerate is the white noise, because the talking wakes me up because I think somebody's talking to me. Which is super cool in the middle of the night when my
Oh,
partner's ASMR video, I could hear it, and then I'm like, who's talking to me? It's
Who's
not-
in the house?
It's Hattie. Whispering secrets.
That makes so much
It's
sense.
the Eldritch Horse.
Yes.
The Eldritch Horse roars.
I'll go next. I'm Tess. I play Sylvie. aka Valkyrie, and I don't know what Sylvie's favorite ASMR noise is because I don't think Sylvie has any concept of ASMR.
Yeah, it
But,
doesn't exist in the 1950s.
and even if it did, Sylvie can't interact with technology, so it's not going to happen. But I like nail taps, and I had a second one, but now I can't think of it.
I have a bottle with bumpy things on it that I
Yeah.
like to do that noise with.
Yeah.
That is a nice noise as well.
Well, if it comes back to you, you can tell us later.
Yeah. I absolutely hate mouth noises though in ASMR.
Ah.
And
Eating is a big no.
Fair.
yes.
That's extremely fair.
Kitty.
Yes.
Meow meow.
Oh,
White cat.
Oh.
Yes.
he's such a baby.
See, yours can be cat pets.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Purrs are ASMR.
purrs are
Yeah,
good.
purrs.
But Roxy's is a motor purring.
Mm.
Motor purrs
Fair.
versus
good.
cat purrs. Jenna's is cat purrs. That's what we'll go with.
There we go.
See, I feel like you guys just mic Sylvie while she's in cat form, and you have so many cat
Ooh.
purrs.
That'd
Oh,
be,
yeah.
that'd be a really good, like, deep
That-
rumble.
That's
Yeah.
basically
Mhm.
like tiger purrs.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tigers
Perfect.
do purr.
Yes, they
I
do.
know.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Actually, I do watch YouTube videos of various large cats purring. That is something that I've done before.
I want like a giant pet cat with the temperament of a dog.
I have one. You want
I
it?
have a small cat with the temperament of a dog.
Sparrow.
I have a
He
dog
like
with the
runs
temperament of
up
a dog.
to people when they come to my house. He'll run up and then
Hi,
he'll like
precious.
roll on his back like immediately, and they're like, "Is this a trap?" And I'm like, "No, he does want belly rubs. It's legit."
Captain does that too, and it's the most adorable thing.
Yeah, yeah. Sparrow is he also will come when you call him. If you like yell his name through the house, he'll come running out.
Captain won't do that one. He'll look at me and be like, "No."
Blondie
Aegon
looks at me and
ignores me on
sometimes
purpose.
squawks.
You cannot summon me for
Do love
love.
She
Blondie
does that
squawks.
too.
Permit
She
you to
does the
love me.
ear twitching and she just
Oh.
looks away.
Yeah, when they're
And
listening to
ignoring
you,
you.
but they don't
Mhm.
they're like purposefully. Yeah. Aegon's like that too. Unless he thinks I have something for him to eat. Then he'll
Well,
look at me.
I am Mr. Crow, alternatively just Crow, and I'll be playing Joe Hatathli, aka Watchdog. I'm not much for ASMR sounds myself. Most of them make my skin crawl. If I had to choose one, I would probably say, like, probably rain, maybe? Rain or like forest noises. I just sort of like natural sounds, I guess.
I do
So
love the
like
sound of a
green
good
noise
thunderstorm.
kind of thing.
Mhm.
I was
Yeah, I
thinking
guess.
roosters, you know? That's natural.
Roosters? Unfortunately, no. I have a long-standing feud with chickens. And I'll leave
I
it
understand.
Now we
I
understand.
completely understand that
We-
one.
We understand so much about your character from You Are Not a Wizard.
Oh, no.
In his irrational hate of Pasha.
As
That's
for
just so
Joe,
good.
though, Joe absolutely is like nighttime, like cricket and just nature noise.
And howling.
If I could go
Ooh.
specific, I would definitely say nighttime desert noise.
Mm.
Oh my god. Yes.
There.
Hear the scorpions.
I'm Brianna. I play Cynthia Evans, otherwise known as Echo. I think that for mine, I don't really listen to ASMR, but I do have a fan that's on at all times in my room for white noise, because in the silence I hear tinnitus. Tinnitus. So,
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
I got a fan. We got a white noise machine.
nice. I will
Okay.
sometimes listen to storm sounds to go to sleep if I'm extra insomniac.
That is what I do at conventions because
I have
everyone is very loud, and I just put on noise canceling headphones with storm noises.
Yes.
I have a noise I found on Spotify that I like that I had to mark as like hide so it doesn't count towards my Spotify yearly wrap.
Oh man.
Uh-oh.
For Cynthia, it would probably be the ambient sound of Hecate's bass. She associates that with safety.
So basically, like the
Huh.
ambient sound of like a chemistry lab.
of Roxy in the Roxy and Sylvie in the chemistry
No,
lab.
That's not
That'd
that
be
would
chaotic.
not be good.
I think that would
Too
immediately
quiet. What are they doing?
she would go into panic mode because she's like, oh god, what do I have to stop from exploding?
If there was a recording, there would be a moment where you hear, "What the hell are you doing?" and it immediately cuts.
And then everybody, you just hear the
Oh,
pattering
glass
of a
breaking.
big cat and a small woman running.
You hear the sound of glitter gently falling on the floor.
Yes.
Yes, glitter.
Okay.
Hello, Precious.
Got a haircut yesterday.
She looks
Oh,
so
I can tell.
pretty. What a pretty girl.
They're complimenting you.
She's like, I can't hear them. I'm just gonna lick you.
Okay.
Boone, do you want a haircut?
He said no.
He does not do this dog salon. He does the nice expensive vet knockout salon.
Mm.
Okay.
Do they have to do his nails for him?
Uh-huh. He fights. And
That's
it's
how I
very
do
stressful.
The sugar glitters. I have to take them to the vet and pay $30 a pop because
Mhm.
they are too fast and they do not like their little tiny.
No, it's
nails
safer
cut
for him.
My
if
vet was
they
also,
just-
or not my vet, my groomer
Sleepy time.
was a little bit of a hot mess yesterday. But
No.
Precious came back fine. Anyway, previously on Jukebox Justice, the team took on a seaweed-wielding foe downtown. God, say that 5 times fast. And managed to neutralize the threat. However, Sylvie ended up using some rather lethal force, which caused their enemies hard to stop. Thanks to some
Fine.
desperate and rash action on Roxy's part, she managed to restart their heart and hand them over to the cops. Due to the nature of the destruction that Elena caused, she fled the scene before the fight ended, and Sylvie and Cynthia went to comfort her and brought her back to the base. Meanwhile, Joe paid a visit to his mom and Sam to explain the situation. It was very upsetting for Tallulah. But thanks to Sam's calm demeanor, she was able to handle the news, at least for the moment.
And we understand why Eugene and Tallulah got divorced.
5 minutes alone, and it's
Next thing you know, Tallulah is gonna want to meet Joe's superhero team just to make sure he's safe at all times.
my god.
Oh my god, that is gonna go so poorly.
Oh no.
Also, when
She
they
knows who Cynthia is.
also when the team, most of the team did get back to base. They found a floating scroll in the middle of the base.
We did.
yeah.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what that's about?
We don't
No,
know
I
because we didn't read it yet.
Nope. Oh,
I know.
And Charlie's like, what the fuck? You don't immediately read the floating
Don't
scroll? And we're
immediately
like,
open
yes,
We got stuff to do.
I'm literally like shoving it in
new
your face.
relationship, okay?
make up with my girlfriend.
It's fine.
And maybe
Um,
address the fact that we're asking her not to murder people when they're already subdued. Maybe.
Alrighty.
Hopefully.
Start of the session, add some team to the pool.
16?
14.
14. Because you used a couple last session.
Oh,
Mhm.
yes.
Yeah.
Also, I know, just like, I don't know, probably at least good to mention it, because I know something that came up halfway through the fight was a resist or avoid blows can't be used to, or is like, also means that enemies can't, I can't make you roll to take a powerful blow. And I did that, I knew I did that for
Me. But
Elena.
that's okay.
No, it was Elena. I did it
Oh,
for
well,
we
Elena.
had it with
right,
you,
'cause
but
I
it
took a
happened with
dodge.
Elena.
I think
Yeah.
I passed.
But Elena would have done collateral damage anyway.
Yeah. That's
So
fine.
I mean, to be fair, one of us was going to do collateral damage.
Yeah.
the outcome,
I
the
achieved
outcome
what I
really
wanted to
didn't-
do with her, which
Yeah.
was cause a bunch of havoc and have her freak out. So
The
Yes.
outcome wouldn't have really changed. The roll just
No.
shouldn't have been there. So
I mean,
Anyway.
one of us is going to do collateral damage
Yeah.
in any given situation. That's what we do.
It is going to
See,
be a
what do-
miracle if Joe manages to be the one that does collateral damage in a fight.
I mean,
He would
is that a
feel so
challenge?
bad.
Challenge accepted.
I was about to say, don't challenge your DM to do that.
I mean,
Werewolf
it's just like,
eats, werewolf eats, werewolf eats.
Yes.
okay, I don't think Joe being chucked through a building by someone else technically counts as him doing collateral damage. I think he just
No, I
becomes
think it
part of the
does.
collateral damage.
I'm just gonna
He's
go
just the wrecking ball.
work on the
not the
alpha.
operator.
Are we making
Anyway.
werewolf railguns now, guys?
We're gonna
Yes.
put a giant t-shirt gun.
Is it- Wait.
Oh boy.
When okay, now
You
I'm
need
just
multiple werewolves, but
okay. Now I'm just thinking back to the conversation we had about if you could change anyone else's powers.
We have at
And
least
Joe had
3.
laser eyes, and you just pick up
Cool.
Joe like a gun and like shoot the laser eyes around.
Like the
Like
harness
Jack
Pump
on
it with the tail.
like the dog life jackets. Where you just could pick them up by the
tail.
handle.
so wait, confirm Joe has a tail.
Oh,
Is
we
that
know
what I'm
he has a
getting?
tail now. Every
You
other
have a
werewolf
strong
we've met has had a
Yes,
tail.
every other werewolf you've met now has had a tail, and Joe is
Oh
very
my
evasive
God.
about it.
And now we're all gonna stare at his butt every time he toasts. Like,
Okay.
don't worry, we're not into you like that. We're just wondering about your tail.
I feel like that's worse. I think he'd be happier if we were into him. That way we'd stop wondering about the tail.
At
Um,
this point, I feel like Joe might just be intimidated if someone was into him on this team, given especially what Roxy's doing at this point.
romancing
like,
literally everyone
uh,
else.
Literally everyone.
Collecting some
That's
girlfriends.
But so I know the rest of you, well, most of you, everyone except Joe, was at the base kind of just waiting for Joe to get back. Is there anything you wanted to do before Joe got back in case things percolated over the last week? Any
All the
scenes you
girlfriends
wanted to
make
have?
out. That's it. I mean, we did talk about that being an okay
We-
thing to do now, so.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
that was actually confirmed.
We
Yes.
Joe and his
clarified.
dad walk in and there's just girls making out with each other all over the house.
AKA
And-
a summary of most of our streams.
Yeah.
And
Um,
campaigns in general.
Sarah is also there. So
Yeah.
is she
Yeah.
Roxy would not go there without like Cynthia.
Oh
being,
yeah, I was gonna say.
Okay.
Without talking to Cynthia?
That's on
Cynthia's
Cynthia.
friend. So Cynthia would need to like initiate her
Broach
into the
that with
poly.
Sarah.
I think Cynthia would okay that, but would not be doing that with Sarah for reasons.
Okay, for
So
other
if
people.
you want to go make out with Sarah, you can.
Sibling-esque relationship.
Yeah. Not making out with my pseudo sister.
Fair. That's fair.
Yes, let's not turn this into an anime, shall we?
Okay, so that's happening. Joe, is there anything you would like to do after leaving Tallulah and Sam, or are you just gonna go back to the base with Eugene?
Cry.
Same.
You gotta
Sit-
wait until you walk
sit in the
in
car
on
for
all
a
the
few minutes?
happy couples like
Yeah.
making out. Then you cry.
Okay, that's fine.
Like everybody has
Just,
love
like,
except for me.
Sit in the rocket and cry for a couple minutes. Just the stress is piling up and the day is not even over for him.
Mhm. But you're slowly dealing with all of it. Just vibe.
yeah.
I'm learning so many new things, like 2 Roxys.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's about to have to handle that.
And your whole team is dating now, apparently.
But you had said that it's like getting later in the day at this point, right?
Yeah, we're probably
Evening time,
At,
probably
like-
9 o'clock, 10 o'clock.
not quite. Yeah, probably more like 5, 6 p.m.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Cat, don't eat
Then-
that. That's a brownie. You can't have it.
In that case, Joe will head to the base, but he will make one stop. We do
Mhm.
not necessarily need to roleplay this, especially if
Okay.
we don't want to ruin any surprises here. He does want
up
to
to you.
stop at a jeweler
Okay.
for a thing that you already know about.
Okay. If you don't want to describe what that is or go into detail, we can just say that happens and move on.
Save it for later.
Okay.
But yeah, stops and probably puts a charge on the bank account that will be viewed later, but
Okay.
yeah, he's being more open, so we'll see how that goes.
Okay. We
Yeah.
can get that, and you can drive the rest of the way to the base.
Probably like park a block away and walk there via a tunnel.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and I'll show Eugene the tunnels.
Okay.
Just be like,
Yeah.
we have a secret network underneath the city.
Secret tunnels.
I'm surprised, but also very fitting for a team of superheroes.
Yeah.
The plants
Welcome
open
to
a door
Halcyon.
for them. Yes.
Yeah,
Sure.
he thinks we were
Why
joking
not?
about the plants, but like legit, the plants
you
are
just
working in
you
the
reach
building now.
the door that leads into the base, and it's just covered in vines.
This is new.
And then it just opens on its own.
But then there's like a vine hand that's like held out. Like,
I was about to
waiting for
say,
its
Joe
tip.
sort of like thinks back to when they were saying tip the plants, like reaches into his wallet and pulls out like $1 bill and like hands it to him.
It takes it, and it like it's
Damn.
doing the motion of like sliding it in a pocket, but it just like disappears. You don't know where it goes.
Interdimensional plant. pocket.
Dimensional
Pocket
pocket.
A literal pocket dimension.
Just sort of like leans into Eugene.
Like this dimension, it's got pockets.
Until we know more what's going on with that, maybe don't touch those.
For your own sake,
I
you don't touch
will-
anything.
Keep my distance.
Just sort of step in. And I feel like as the second Joe steps in, he sort of realizes the novelty of the fact that he's just walked in here in human form, and it's not a problem.
Aw,
Hmm.
we
He's just
love
kinda
that
like-
for him.
Mhm.
Guys, I'm here.
The plants then motion upstairs. Because I think we're in the penthouse.
Well, I thought you
No.
you
No,
were all
we're
staying in the
We're
base.
in the base. Okay.
Yeah.
Because of
you're very much still a
recent-
target.
Yeah,
Yeah.
identity reveals. So probably just gesture you towards like the main living area where the couch is and everything. Down here.
Cynthia did say she was going to go take a nap, I think, so
Yeah.
she is taking a nap.
So
There
Cynthia's
could be
off
a-
on like a bed, a cot somewhere, and then
There's
everyone else
cuddle
is
puddles.
like a cuddle pile.
There's cuddle piles everywhere.
Elena's eating the blue popcorn.
Mhm.
Yes.
And drinking strawberry coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Is that coffee strawberry?
Mm-hmm. You want some?
Oh, we offered it to your friend, but we didn't have any left for you, didn't we?
Is that
The plants make
what?
it.
You want some blue popcorn too? Tastes like
Tastes like
The
cotton
cotton
plants
candy.
make it.
Roxy just hands him a
Uh,
bowl and a cup. Then gets one for Eugene.
And this is how Joe becomes a coffee drinker.
But only fake coffee?
Yeah.
And it's a problem because it's not easy to source.
I feel like Joe is already like a utility coffee drinker
Oh
just
my
to keep
God.
himself like running at times. But I feel like this is the first cup of coffee that he's been like, oh
Fun.
damn, that's actually good.
The fun coffee drinker.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Guess I mean that's new, but
Plants.
pretty good.
They work here now.
I saw.
Yeah.
Turns out us being
Voice
gone
of, voice
for a
of
little
God
bit.
says, do they work here or do they just own the place?
They might own the place. It's fine.
They know to
Cynthia technically
be
owns it.
subservient to Echo, but
What are they really
debatable.
planning?
Okay.
it's
Let's-
debatable about
Pierce
their
the mask,
sentience.
pierce the plants.
The plant revolution is coming.
Let's
Cynthia's perspective is mainly vibe. You can vibe here, but just don't touch my stuff.
Yeah.
I don't need to
You're
be
fine
pulling
here.
more plants out of the tech I work with. Thanks to Sylvia.
let's wind this back and maybe start talking things through.
How'd things go with your mom?
She chased me out of the apartment.
Is that new or
No.
Ah,
I mean, the apartment, yes. It's been done in a house before, though.
Gotcha.
We left things in a weird tone. Sam was totally okay with it, which I mean, go figure. I'm guessing he has to deal with
It makes sense, yeah.
people.
He works with
going through
superheroes for
similar-
a living.
Yeah. Just
He could secretly be a superhero. You never know.
I'll be honest, I don't know if he's that cool.
maybe he's the wizard?
He could be the
Okay.
wizard.
Yeah, let's take this conversation to the table. I have so many questions.
About Disalva or
Tangent.
Sylvie fully recognizes that she has to go find Echo. Goes and knocks on her door.
Oh
to-
yeah, we should get Cynthia.
Inform
She's
her.
exhausted.
Yeah, I imagine. I guess for the time being, Dad, do you just want to tour the place?
Sure, this is pretty spectacular, not gonna lie. Never seen anything like it.
This is just the base. We have some rooms back there. There's a special place for me to shower off because Echo doesn't want me to get random stuff on the furniture. Sometimes I need to be like post off or whatever before I come in. And
It's
then
also
Also,
handy for
don't
getting
go
stuff
into
out
the
of your car.
lab, otherwise you have to sit in the little corner.
yeah,
There's a timeout chair in the lab.
yeah. We broke stuff
Oh.
and Sylvie like kind of well, you know, when she touches technology, things get weird, you know.
All right.
Anyways, and
Totally
yeah.
just reading off the list of resources that I have from my playbook. She just kind of points and she's like, vehicle bay, supercomputer, communicators, hold that up. Surveillance equipment. I guess there were like rudimentary systems in the 50s, so
Yeah.
it's in the book. I guess we get to figure it out.
They work, it's
Uh,
just memory is the biggest
It's-
hurdle.
It's
Fair.
a
The
tripwire and a pit trap.
supercomputer is so big.
There is.
So big.
It has a floor dedicated.
Yes.
What I'm hearing is we have to figure out how to like turn the plants into part of the supercomputer, and we have it solved.
Connected to the plant network.
Find out how to play Doom on the plants.
You know what? I think we could make this happen.
Like Doom on a potato.
She doesn't say this because it's not featured base, but just as a heads up, we do have access to false identities if we ever need them. And finally, she says, security system. I don't know what that
Plants.
is.
Plants.
Plants is the security system at this
Plants.
point. Next, I guess next to Eugene, there's a Venus flytrap that just goes like, jump. In its teeth.
Human teeth.
Mm.
Oh no, there's more.
When
of
it
them.
opens its mouth, Eugene takes a piece of popcorn and just gently tosses it.
I love it.
Oh, Joe's dad's more fun than Joe. All right.
Ouch.
Aw.
Fair, but ouch.
He wants
Eugene
less.
just like,
What do
I
you
think
want
he
from
just
me?
needs to loosen up a little bit.
It's okay.
And then there's a training area out that way, which probably be getting more use out of later.
Oh, and here's the cat we got.
Cat?
Yes, there is a cat.
I don't know
that
if you
jump-
can hear my cat meowing in the background.
jumps
There
up
is a cat.
on the back of the couch, and you can see it's got like a little collar on it, kind of shakes itself
Boy.
and
Boy,
sits.
kitty.
It's like tail is just swishing back
Boy
and forth.
cat.
This is Freya.
Do I recognize this cat? Because this cat showed up in the other world with us, right?
Sylvie saw the cat at the other world in the other world house. It was not like following her around at all. So you did not see this cat.
I thought it had shown up at the
No, that was
house.
Toby. Toby at
Yeah,
the
that was
stake.
Toby.
Stag.
Dog.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
stag dog bike.
So I just kind of like look at the cat and I'm like, okay.
Freya's
Yeah.
from the other world,
She's
Huh?
but
a
also
fake.
is a fae.
Sweden.
She's a
What?
fake cat.
Der
Hang
Katze
on.
ist
Cool.
die Sweden.
Like the other world, as in like the world we got brain swapped with.
No.
Well,
What?
partially,
Yeah.
but also from Sweden.
What does Sweden have to? What? Okay.
Because
No.
Sylvia is from Sweden.
You
Yeah.
hear in your head telepathically, she's talking about the Fey realm.
Okay.
That's so handy.
And you would hear briefly back from Joe. The two of us need to talk privately at some point.
Okay. You hear back. Also telepath.
Okay, let's go to the conference room and just run through a list of what.
Oh, do we
y'all
need the
have gone
boards?
through.
We need the chalkboards.
Yes.
There are
Okay.
also boards in the room. They're all
Yeah.
over the place.
Yeah, we literally probably just like swapped out all the walls for chalkboards because we have
Sometimes
At
so
some
many
point, yeah.
conspiracy
Cynthia
theories.
sometimes gets ideas and needs to write them down.
Yeah.
Is
fair.
she like in the middle of training? Maybe, but
Sylvie
she's gonna-
definitely swipes the floating scroll as we go towards the meeting room.
oh boy.
Just have been
There's
seeing
so
like
much.
in the training room when we're in there, she's like, Elena, do the thing, and does the floating flips like she was doing before, like where she's just like flipping and flipping and flipping, floating
Mhm.
in the air.
Are you guys like
Julie
went
did
over
the
to the
thing.
training room? Because
No, when we just showed him it, I'm just saying.
Okay.
That's
Nice.
yeah.
valid conference room.
Yes, conference room.
Good.
Cynthia pulls out the seat at the head of the table and just kind of like slumps into it like, oh god, this is gonna be a lot. Does a
Roxy
mug of
just starts-
strawberry coffee appear? Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Roxy just
A little
starts
vine
drawing
just, like,
two Roxys
descends
on
from
the
the ceiling.
board.
I tip the vine.
Yeah.
The money disappears.
Should I like get a bunch of quarters for these plants?
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh god,
It's
the
good if you
plants
tip
are going to
them.
develop a gambling addiction now.
They're gonna start a casino in like one of the apartments in
My
the
God.
complex. And like we don't know. It's
Then
an
we get to
underground
learn about the
plant
legality
casino and
of casinos in the 1950s.
Have
they've got
we-
a speakeasy and
Oh my god.
We're past prohibition. Come on.
Have we named them? You know what? No, y'all.
No.
Y'all
But it
explain
doesn't
this first.
have.
I think it's rude to name them when I'm teaching them sign language. They can communicate. They should name them their own
They are
selves.
sentient. They have their own names,
Yeah,
I'm
they.
sure.
You can't just name
They're
things like that.
sentient.
Yeah.
Hmm.
They've been doing
Okay.
spying and reconnaissance for us.
Okay. You know what? Take it from the top. What did I miss immediately after all of you got back?
There are two
Sylvie-
Roxys.
Oh yeah, that's the most
Yeah, I-
important thing.
Gather
Yes.
that.
So I came back and I was back on top of the museum with Sarah. There's no Sarahs and two Roxys.
So you came back just as you? You didn't swap back with your other you wherever they were at?
Save the at home.
no. It appears either I've been split into two and we have to merge, or there is something really wrong, or the other Roxy from the other world is just here now, and I don't know. We don't
Like-
really know. They don't want me to be near her just in case I collapse the entire universe.
But this Roxy that is not our Roxy knows that superhero exists.
Yeah. Like I think I talked with her when I tried to call your place, Rox.
Yeah, I wasn't at the house. I was here. Well, I first took Sarah to the hospital because she was bleeding out. So I took her to the clinic to not be bleeding out. That was
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Is Sarah listening in on this?
Say probably.
I mean, if you
Sure.
didn't tell her
Yeah.
not to come, she probably would have come.
I wouldn't see a reason to exclude her from it.
Yeah,
Let's
Joe
work
just kind of gives her a
outing.
glance and then looks back at the.
So my timeline is weird because Tony didn't know I was a superhero either. He didn't believe that I had superpowers,
Wait,
but
what?
he knew that I had. Well, yeah, he didn't know that I had superpowers when I got back. But like,
Hang on.
but he knew
How?
that he knew. What?
Yeah, he definitely knew. But how would he not know?
I don't know, but nobody even knows that Sarah exists, except for us.
She was erased
What?
from the timeline.
She was erased
She's just
completely
gone.
from the timeline, and everything that from my timeline that was erased that happened after the hairspray factory got erased, I think.
Sarah's like munching on some popcorn, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm a bit of a Jane Doe right now."
It's almost. I
That-
mean, you could be whoever you want now.
That's something that can
It's a
happen?
clean well, apparently.
Apparently.
Terrifying. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Um,
there's no record of me having ever gone to college. I don't know if the football
Oh.
team remembers me. I have
Who-
questions a lot about.
Coach, everybody seemed to remember me and my thing.
Yeah, well, your timeline didn't get fucked up because you were back in
Yeah,
your body.
But if Roxy diverged at some point, then we
Then
don't
the
know how
timeline
far
gets
back it
fucked up.
went.
I mean,
yeah.
what about the rest of you guys? Did the people who knew about you
Mhm.
remember?
Yeah. Sylvie and I were contained at the estate. Natalie just kind of kept us there.
That's good.
Thankfully.
yeah.
I did not try and go back to Sweden.
I feel like
But
That
Joe.
would have been
Strip.
bad.
I feel like Joe slowly looks at Cynthia as he's just like putting a couple pieces together in his head. Oh God. Did other Cynthia
Stay at
try
her
to-
sister's.
Did she try to talk with your parents?
So it would seem.
Ooh.
We're just gonna pretend
God.
that didn't happen. I feel like that's what we're doing now. We're just pretending that never happened. The other
Well, I mean-
Cynthia's feelings got hit, but she's not here anymore. So
Pretending it didn't happen doesn't make it go away. I am just choosing to reprioritize to other things because, quite frankly, it's not important to me right now. I'll put out
That's
that fire at a
true.
later date.
we have much bigger problems than that. So
Fair.
then we went to go check on Leah after, because we just left her in the apartment and
Yeah. Was she doing okay?
yeah,
She's
she's doing fine. I gave her the bracelet.
This is yours. I give back Joe's communicator because I think I had that still.
Oh, yep.
And this
If
is
the
probably the
bone-
first evidence Eugene has seen of the watchdog
Sheriff
outfit.
Watchdog.
Sheriff Watchdog.
Fancy.
We should give a bonus one to Eugene in case he wants to go places or do things.
She just gets a spare one because apparently we just have a bunch.
Yeah.
We just
Tony
do
Rox
that now.
breaks
That's
him enough
cool.
that I feel like you
I
have enough
think
backups.
She just makes them, and when she's okay at work,
feel
when
like
I'm
it's a good,
stressed,
like,
I
mindless
fold paper
activity.
cranes. I feel like Cynthia makes communicators.
Yeah.
Yeah, like when she's stressed. Like some
She's
people
gonna use
knit,
them
she makes communicators.
with the rate we adopt NPCs.
Yeah.
But like they've all got specific frequencies, and she keeps a logbook of like which one goes to which. So like random people can't just hack into like the
Mhm.
team's frequencies.
Also, a good opportunity to potentially improve the design.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like Roxy breaks enough, and Sylvie probably does eventually wear hers down to the point that it's broken.
Plants
And
in this one.
There's a bonsai growing out of her communicator, and we're just like, what is happening?
It's an entire Zen garden.
Oh my god!
Somehow it's
You open
turned
it and
into
it's
a
like got
fruit.
like this lines in the sand and little
Yeah.
stones.
Yes.
Okay, sure. This may as well happen.
Yes.
And after we checked on her, left the apartment, and were ambushed by men in dark clothing.
Some sort of
Were they also
black
wearing,
ops
like-
teams.
What,
They had masks on,
balaclavas?
yeah.
They had,
had
they had
masks.
masks and they
Not
had
like
wo-
domino masks, but more just like full face coverings. That kind
Well,
of
I imagine it's like, you know, like the Black Ops team's masks,
Mhm.
like with the gas masks and stuff,
Mhm.
or I don't know, whatever.
similar.
Isn't it called
It's-
like a balaclava or something?
Yeah, balaclavas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something like that.
Baklava.
But,
So a
yeah.
random squad of goons just showed up out of the blue and tried to take rocks.
That's not quite exactly what happened. You see, they said
That's
some.
exactly what happened.
Well, yeah, but no,
There's
what-
also a trigger phrase which we will not repeat here, seeing as we have no
Nope.
way of stopping
they
it.
said words
We
to
just
make
kind
me
of pick her up until you
compliant.
knock her out.
Oh,
And
Apparently,
So-
anyone
boy.
who says the words will activate Roxy. Earplugs don't work. As soon as she's activated, she tries to leave in a certain direction.
have we tried to follow her/you to wherever she's trying to go?
Not yet. We wanted to wait till you were back, so we had all hands on deck.
Yeah. Two people who can track very well.
Okay. Well, I guess in regards to that, do you know the location those guys were at? Because assuming they're not like portal guy,
What
I
do you
should be
mean
able
those
to
guys
track-
were at? Like where they went back to, or
like where they physically were. I could try to pick
Oh,
up
yeah,
the trail.
no,
it was right outside of
They
Leah,
were outside
the
Leah's.
I can
safe
show you where
house.
it
We
is.
actually need to go back and check on Leah, but I don't think I should go since they
No,
already
Elena
caught me
already
and Cynthia
did.
there. I feel like it should be somebody else.
Well,
Elena-
your tracking might
Did it.
need to get past the smell of a fire extinguisher exploding. Or fire hydrant, was it?
It was a fire hydrant.
Okay, never
I'd
mind.
be a little
I
I feel like
but
it might have washed
never
away
not.
the scent.
Might
just
have washed
maybe.
away a little
Eh.
bit.
Yeah, you'd be surprised. Water can actually help with scents a lot of the time.
Well, we can take a look either way, see what
Mhm.
happens. But
Leah's doesn't seem to be involved in it. I called her on the communicator, like above her, to see if anything happened. But it seems just
Okay.
kind of unfortunate happenstance that they
Are-
caught.
Or
Echo
they were
Calamity.
watching Leah and we need to like relocate
Or
her.
is that too?
I don't think she's involved in this.
Okay, well, I just don't know how they randomly found us.
Well, that's kind of my question here. If there's two Roxys, how'd they find one and not the other?
We immediately had the other removed from town. with Tony.
Yeah, as soon as they tried to brain nap me, I guess.
But wouldn't the first place they'd look for you be at home?
If
So-
they know,
Could have been tracking.
They could have been following her for a while. They could have people looking out. They could have some sort of subdermal tracker, in which case we all need to be incredibly worried right now.
I
seem to be the
Didn't we
case.
search for the
Oh, yeah, we
subdermal?
did look for
Sylvie
that.
checked me for trackers, and you guys tried to rewire my brain back, but it didn't work.
So the short answer is we don't know, and that scares me personally.
Yeah.
Which would be why all of you are hunkered down here as opposed to being in an apartment. Okay.
Yes.
We also have a buddy system. Nobody goes anywhere without anybody else.
Yeah.
Roxy and
that's
I are
smart.
supposed to be out in civilian wear when not.
We're in
Geez, did they
superhero
attack
mode
you while
now.
you were in
Oh
civilian mode?
yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
They know at
that's
least two of
not
us.
good.
They might know more of us.
Yeah, they don't. I don't know if they
Ugh.
know that Calamity and Roxy DeMarco are the same person.
That's very possible. We know all we know is they know who Roxy is, and either didn't search for her at her home or found a way to search there first, didn't find her without leaving evidence. I don't know.
When the other
Okay.
Roxy gets back, somebody should try saying the words to her and see if it works on her too.
And where
Well, that would discount the clone theory if it doesn't work.
and where is she? And where is Tony?
She's with Tony. We
We
had
had them-
We
Tony.
told them to get out of the city and
They're camping.
have not been able to get in contact with them since they left. They have a communicator.
If we need to find
Communicators only
them,
work within the city.
I have
go-
just experienced the fact that the communicators don't really work outside the city.
if we need to find them, we do a flyover. I can search telepathically.
Yeah, we should probably find them.
Why?
I also don't think Mama DeMarco let him leave town without
Well-
telling her ahead of time.
We have
I
not
mean,
checked in with Mama DeMarco.
she was told by Tony that he was going camping because I tried to reach out to your place, Rox, and I couldn't get anybody who knew what the heck was going on. Yeah, we need to find them like ASAP, because if they're looking for Rox and they find the wrong Roxy, like, I don't think other Roxy has powers. She could be in serious trouble.
That's why she's with Tony.
Tony has wrenches. He's a strong man.
Yeah, haven't you seen
I
his
don't
muscles?
think that's why
she's
Whenever
getting
Sylvie
shot.
comes around, he's always flexing and showing off his muscles.
We had to make decisions in a very short amount of time. That seemed like the most expedient way to keep her safe.
Without too many questions, because we can't just like be like, hey, look, we look the same. Also, my name is also Roxy.
Think of it this way. If they knew where Roxy was and they knew where other Roxy was, other Roxy doesn't have any sort of powers to repel them. I think they would have gotten her beforehand. If
Long
they
before
yeah,
we
while
got
we were
suspected
back.
while we
that
were
she
in
was-
the world.
the right one.
Yeah.
That's why I'm wondering how they knew that other
Yeah.
Roxy wasn't the right one.
That could be why there's a two Roxy. One is a sleeper agent, maybe, or a sleeper decoy.
I mean,
They could also
That
have
doesn't bode great for me since it works on me and we don't know if it works on the other one.
they
Doesn't
could
bode
also
great for
have
Tony.
somebody with them that has some sort of power of locating people.
Or a way of tracking a specific type of power set.
Or that.
Yeah, but I don't like do anything like gravity or like telekinesis.
But you
telekinesis.
did
I'm just
have
like
a-
super strong.
You had
That's
a
a
very
power.
unique
You have a
way
skill
of
set.
coming into your skill set.
Like I have a tether. You have a. If somebody has a way to see powers, they would see yours is a very different.
not to mention the fact that you're not just super strong, Rox. You're doing all sorts of stuff lately.
I got panic powers, I call them. Like
Yeah,
when I panic, I
powers,
can
that
do
tracks.
things that are weird.
But I mean, what if that's got some sort of like, I don't know, signature to it that they can track?
That's also
I
very
I
possible.
wasn't panicking that day. I just and I didn't. I
But-
wasn't
But they could
using my
be
If they
powers
tracked you
either.
at any point,
Like
then
the
they'd have a
glipper.
Well, maybe
way
when
to
I
follow.
broke reality, that like maybe when I made
Made
the
a big
portal,
power.
maybe they were tracking that, and maybe I don't
Signature.
know.
Maybe made the big signature and they can see traces of that on you. Like we could see glitter evidence when Sylvie goes places.
Yeah, like there's an
I think we
invisible
should-
glitter on me.
Mm-hmm.
I think we should refrain from making any assumptions at this point. We just don't know. Till we have
Roxy's
more
writing
information.
invisible glitter question mark on the board as you're saying. Don't make assumptions.
Okay.
Do we want to go try and get Tony and other Roxy?
I
Just
think
so
that should probably be step one, yes.
I was gonna say you and I can go do
but-
that, and they can go
We-
check out.
We do
smells.
have a few other things that
What
I
if
was
the
about
whale
to
blows up?
say-
Are we not worrying about the whale blowing up anymore?
we're not necessarily reuniting you
Do
with
I
the
get to
other
see
you.
other Roxy? I
No.
want to meet other
Not yet.
Roxy.
Not yet.
Nope. Not
I'll be the
Tony, no.
only person in history to make myself my own girlfriend.
No.
I'm just kidding.
That-
Just kidding.
We don't. No, we do not support self-cest.
That feels gross, Rox. That
Brings
feels
up
really
the
gross.
would you fuck your clone debate.
However, now that the entire group is here, I did bring up our situation regarding a certain cult with my contacts.
Oh yeah,
Um,
remember there was that floating piece of paper that you
Yeah.
put in your pocket.
Sorry, what?
And So Sylvia will pull out the scroll, and I think you said it was a scroll. I don't actually remember.
Yeah, just
And,
like a little rolled up piece of paper.
yeah.
Basically.
I mean, she'll open it and I mean, scan for super confidential information real quick, but then like if there's a general help or something, she will let the group know.
Well, It's actually not that long of a note. And it's pretty quickly. It's not from any of your contacts.
Shit.
This note is from Thistle.
Oh,
And she wrote, did some reconnaissance in the other world and could not find any sign of a Roxy.
oh, thank
Oh.
God.
Wait. Sorry, no, I got that wrong. There is a Roxy there.
Oh,
I was like, wait,
Thank you.
why is there a sense of release? No, there is a Roxy there.
because
Sorry.
we just put that Roxy back and then it's fine.
Yeah.
So I'm multiplying. That's a thing, apparently.
I don't think it's that, Rox.
What if I panicked and then there was two of me?
So I assume Sylvie shares this.
Correlation is not just.
Oh yeah, no,
synchronization.
Silly definitely has like read this out and is passing this letter to everyone to read it themselves.
Wait,
There is
did
no
Thistle go
personal-
back?
Thistle went back to check for me to see if the other Roxy was missing from the other world. So if that was the case, we could take this Roxy and put her back where she belongs, and then everything would be fine. But obviously, everything's not fine.
Okay.
So,
So
if
it's
you had body snatcher, you would have gone back into that body. But so maybe that double Roxy isn't actually you. Maybe it's a decoy and they have your actual body in stasis, maybe, and that's why you couldn't go back.
Are you saying that the brain parasite still has me?
I don't think the brain parasite has you. I think
not
something
brain
is
parasite.
stopping. Something either stopped you or because you opened the portal both times, that is why you weren't body snatched. Well, on the way back in. Or something is stopping you from getting into your thing, and they had placed fake Roxy so that way no one would be suspicious about there's Roxy.
Also possible.
Which means Tony might be in a lot of danger. Whoops.
Rip.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
He'll be remembered fondly.
Well, at least Sylvie doesn't have to break up with him now.
I don't
Are
think
they
they've
ever
ever together.
actually dating?
No.
He just made cookies one time.
I mean, no,
He didn't
made
even give
cookies
me
for her.
cookies for as much as she knows. So
No, Roxy really doesn't have to explain to her brother that the girl that he likes is now dating her on accident. Whoops, sorry about that. Not giving it back though.
I stole your love interest. Sorry, not sorry.
It was a shit out get off the pot thing, so
Oh.
that'll teach him to play the long game.
Okay, so if I'm understanding any of this correctly, then we're probably not in a two Roxy's meet and the universe explode situation now, right?
I don't know.
Say.
We
Oh,
don't
boy.
have conclusive
We don't
evidence
know.
one way or the other.
Would
Okay.
At least
I
not
do
right now.
think we gave some DNA to
Yeah. We should check in and see if the DNA
Fred.
matches.
Yeah, no, we should do
Because
that
that
for
will
sure.
tell us whether or not Tony's in a lot of danger or just
Joe
mild
should be on
danger.
the other team, the team that doesn't go check if the DNA blew itself up. For no
I'm gonna
specific
take
reason.
a wild guess and say that you've recruited Henry into this.
Bingo.
She may have volunteered. Did she volunteer? It's lab work. It's safe. It's also not
Yeah.
this lab, so it's much safer.
But we have a situation
Awkward for you, but we're
where
friends now, so.
Roxy can't go to find other Roxy, and I'm assuming you don't want to go on the team that sees Henry given everything, but I may be wrong about that.
You and
I don't think that's
Papa
fair to
Watchdog-
Henry to
Watch
sneak
Papa could
attack her
go.
with a Joe.
I
out Leah.
Okay, that's fair. So Joe on the non-Henry team, because yeah, that's a fair point about Henry.
Yeah, she deserves
Roxy
to
on the
have
Henry
choice.
team.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The
because I
rest of
can't
us
see other
can,
Roxy, so
I want to
You
say
have-
I think the Henry job is going to be less dangerous, but I don't fucking know at this point.
We still buddy system.
yeah, I
You and
just-
your
who
Papa
gets-
can go see Leah.
Oh,
and then
we do have
the tracking.
Eugene. That is true. We have
yeah.
Or Sarah.
Okay, so
And Elena just kind of chuckles.
So do we want
quietly
Sarah?
Nobody even knows
running-
who Sarah is.
it's
So
a team of 4 and a team of 3.
Do you want Sarah on Overwatch with the Henry team? I think would make sense.
Mhm.
All right.
She has more points where she can
She can
keep
hide.
an eye out and hide.
We need someone who can knock out Roxy quickly just in case.
So
put me in like a box so I can't go anywhere
Mhm.
until you can knock me out.
And
with
then
the
Echo and I can
pheromones
quickly
or
go
whatever.
do flyby out in camp places to find.
Yeah, that's another point. We're
Mhm.
pretty fast in the air, so we can get there quickly.
We
Mhm.
should also maybe get some like of that stuff that was in the thing that they wanted to stick in your neck that you stuck in my neck instead.
I
Just
gave
in
that
case
to-
I lose my
What?
shit
Wait,
while
what?
Sylvie's not there.
Knockout serum.
Roxy got knocked out by a trank dart. I gave it to Hecate for analysis.
Oh
Noted.
yeah. But we should get something like along those lines. No, they wanted to stick it in Cynthia's neck because I was already doing what they wanted.
Oh yeah, it was to knock me
Because
out. but
they
I-
said the words, but you
Mhm.
turned it around and telekinesis it into my neck.
No, didn't I just jab it into your neck?
Yeah,
like,
you did.
physically?
I don't know.
it was just
In my
space.
brain, I didn't see you do it. I just know that I got poked.
I
in the neck.
fully tackled you, I think. But
You
Okay,
blew up
well.
the
I blew the
I
fire.
have
fire
no
hydrant and used
recollection
it
of what
to
occurred after the
take down
words were
Roxy
said
and
to
get her
me
away.
until I was
Okay.
running into a wall.
So
That's all I
probably
remember.
Elena and I should probably be on Roxy retrieval.
Mhm.
Roxy is talking to Henry. So preferences, Sylvie?
I'll probably go with Roxy then for a quick way to knock her out.
Excellent point. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then die
So-
Hunden go do the smells.
Yeah, you guys can go check on Leah and
So see if they can smell the area.
smell for
Oh,
the
right.
for
to
the
find
people.
the people. Watchdog is best at finding people.
Yeah, he's the best tracker.
Does split the team a little more than I'm necessarily comfortable with, and considering that spot isn't going anywhere.
Or yeah, you don't have to.
Okay,
I'm-
That's my preference. We make these decisions as a team.
I don't care.
I think it would make sense to stay in larger groups, especially in light of what we're
Mhm.
encountering. We
Or
have
at least in groups that are smaller near each other. Like so,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
if
This
there's
isn't going to be near each other.
yeah,
We're going out
we're
to.
we're pretty far separated, so I think the larger the group, the more likely we are to be able to survive an encounter should
Yeah.
something happen.
should a
We're
super sleeper squad
So-
come try to get us.
we're looking at some pretty heavy hitters potentially.
Or
in
the
our
werewolf cult.
enemy
We could
lineup.
take Joe and Eugene, and Sarah could go with you too.
Yep.
So it's me, Sylvie, Elena, and then the 4 of you.
No,
No.
Elena's
I'm flying
going.
them out.
Okay.
I'm sorry, where are we flying out to? Did I
We're
miss
gonna
that?
go look.
We're
for
going to
Tony.
try to find
I-
other Roxy.
You might be able to help us
Right.
find him too.
Well,
given your tracking capabilities.
Mhm.
I
Want to
mean,
fly?
if we have some, I don't know, physical trace of other Roxy, that would probably be something I should smell.
We
Elena
have
will
one
go
with
get
Henry.
the hairbrush. Oh no, she gave the whole hairbrush to Henry.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
never mind.
I mean, in regards
Let me
to
just go
that,
back to the house.
I still
It-
need to talk with her,
You need to talk with who?
Henry.
Yeah, but that's you two's business. That doesn't like you guys. You got to keep it separate, Joe. Like we can't sneak attack her with you so that you can sit down and talk to her, because that has to be between you two, and you have to she has to consent to sitting down with you. She might not be ready.
Ambushing her is not going to make this better.
Absolutely not. I 100% do not recommend ambushing her. You got to be transparent, because that's why she's mad at you at the first place, is because you weren't very honest and transparent.
Also, we have a lot of irons in the fire, and I think the more time she has to cool off is probably going to work in your favor.
Yeah. You got to be super honest. You got to prove that you can make a change. If you want it back, that's what you got to do.
I have a thought on that, but like you said, our business.
Well, I just don't want you to feel like you can still talk to us as friends and stuff, but I'm just saying that you have to keep it separate from team stuff, right? So you can't just march in there and be like, I need to see the chemical stuff. Oh, surprise, we need to talk about our relationship. You can't use that as an in, because that's deceptive.
Which is probably just going to make the situation worse, considering
Absolutely
why she's mad at you.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be deceptive. I just want to talk with her.
Yeah, but she has to consent to the talking with you. You know what I'm saying? You can't just ambush her with use us as an in, because we already have an appointment. Well, basically we've already arranged to go meet with her. You can't just go there with us and use that as an in to talk to her. You know what I'm saying? You have to work that.
All right.
Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you have to keep it separate. I'm just saying that because it's good to talk to us.
I'm saying you have to keep it separate. Let's just move forward. Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cynthia says that you have to keep it separate, so you got to keep it separate, dude.
Okay,
I'm
well,
putting my foot down.
In the process of moving
to
forward,
end this conversation.
that plan's all well and good in regards to the Roxy situation, but I've still got some questions.
Of course.
Starting with what's with the cat.
That's Freya. She's real nice.
Yeah, you said that. She's from the other world. How did she get here?
She teleported.
Freya has slight portal abilities.
Stretches.
Freya has
And
skills.
Freya stretches and gets up on all fours, and a little cat-sized portal opens. She jumps through, and then another one opens, and she jumps back out.
Freya's so cool.
Not gonna lie, if my cat could do that, nothing would be safe in my apartment.
Never, ever, ever.
Hey, Sylvie?
He would portal himself into the food bag.
Yes.
What the shit?
That's the coolest cat ever. We got a super cat.
Don't fully know. Freya is a new development.
A lot of this is a new development for me, but she's not gonna yank us back into the other world, is she?
That you can't fit through that portal, even in your wolf form. You're too big.
Have my suspicions that Freya's origin is not entirely the other world itself either.
It comes over and sits in front of Joe and just stares at him, tail wagging back and forth.
The tail is just whipping.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes you just gotta let things happen, Joe.
But no, as far as I am aware, Freya
it.
cannot yank us back into the other world.
Rox, last time I just let things happen, we ended up stuck in another world for a month.
I wouldn't call that letting things happen. You needed me to push you through and call you a coward in order for us to get you through the portal, so.
I feel like Joe picks up a pen and just sort of tries to scoot the cat away without touching it.
It smacks the pen out of your hand.
The cat portals back to where it was.
Freya leans closer to you, gets up on all fours and leans closer to you, and picks up a paw and puts it on your forehead.
Uh-oh.
And what, I don't know, is a memory or location where Joe has experienced an immeasurable sense of calm and relaxation?
Monument Valley at night.
the like sounds of that area and that feeling of calmness and relaxation washes over you like you're experiencing a sense.
Oh my god. Freya invented ASMR.
Oh God.
It's all coming together.
Connected the dots.
I definitely feel like there's sort of a weird expression on Joe's face. And then
Roxy ignores the fact that he looks confused. She just is like packing her stuff, getting ready to go
I think
see Henry.
if Freya allows it, he starts petting her.
Yeah. She doesn't complain.
So far, she's been a very big fan of attention. So
Like most Fae and cats.
yeah.
Mhm. I feel like he just kind of says, "Thanks."
Twinkle in her eye.
Okay.
Sylvie watches this and kind of cocks her head, but like she has her own reservations about Freya right now. So
Still a little weird, but
No, Roxy
Okay.
trusts the Fae cat implicitly already.
I guess the cat comes in peace. It's a new one.
Also has to
Why
speak to
don't
my
you like
leader.
cats, Joe?
It's
Sarah's
more-
like cats and dogs, and they never get along.
That's fair. You're funny.
I don't know about that. She
It would explain a lot about you and Sylvie.
let's not get into that. Okay. So there's that. But in regards to I'm sorry, it was Parhelia, right? Sort of like talking to Sarah.
She can be whoever she wants
It
now.
was. There's no real record of Parhelia anymore, so if you want, you can just call me Sarah. That's fine.
In regards to Sarah, then, I mean, have we made any progress with that? Are we dealing with that right now? Have we tracked down Portal Guy at all?
I'm
Yeah.
researching it. I'm looking into it. We don't
Yeah.
have much to go on, and there isn't much out there.
It's been like 4 days, Joe. Like let's we can only do so much.
Well, I mean, clearly a lot's happened within those 4 days, so
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
When would we have done that? But anyways, I don't know if he knows that she exists anymore. It's hard to say.
We don't know if that is part of
I
his
mean-
power set either.
Yeah, he
I
could have
would
just
just-
erased her timeline and then fucked mine up.
I'm guessing if he can send
might not
people
care enough.
into
To follow up.
Is the rock still in the museum?
When you looked, it wasn't. It was gone. Like when you were investigating the
think
first time, you
I
haven't
think he
been
got
back.
what he wanted because
I don't know why he wants a space rock from Kansas. There's nothing out there, but there are no wizards.
That reminds me, what's with the
Maybe it's
wizard
Wizard
from
Rock.
Kansas?
His name is Texarkana.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah,
He
okay.
retired and he lives in Kansas, maybe.
I didn't know he
Maybe.
was a wizard, but yeah, I know him. Or know
He's
of
also
him.
a cowboy.
you know
Really?
him
Yeah.
personally. You know him.
You know, heard of him.
Uh,
Like we have heard of
I haven't
insert hero name here we have heard of.
I feel like Joe now kind of realizes that he can't actually explain how he knows about Texarkana.
Because he likes cowboys.
Obviously.
I mean, like, you know, Henry's doing a whole bunch of like hero studies. Like,
Are you lying again, Joe?
It doesn't really matter. It's just
That
hero
wasn't
man.
even a good one.
look, you caught me on the spot, okay?
Yeah. Well,
I
there's a
Is
reason
this
I don't lie.
something that
Joe.
you
It's because I'm not good at it.
aren't fully
Okay.
ready to disclose.
You can just say
I
I don't want
can't-
to talk about it right now.
I can't give details, but someone who was trying to help me with the werewolf situation was mentored by him.
Okay.
I didn't know he was a wizard. I guess I could have guessed the cowboy thing from the name, but
Someone who is trying to help you with the werewolf thing. This is this is a lot. I feel like I just gotta go find out if DNA
Listen,
would
we
chuck-
will
pick
deal
that up.
with my shit later. I kind of agree in that your situation, Rox, is definitely the most pressing one.
Well, I would feel like yours was because a werewolf cult is really intense, and the alpha being able to make you do things. But in theory, he has to be in the same place as you, right?
In theory, I mean, haven't exactly had an opportunity to test the limits of their ability.
Has
Dealing
he
with
actually
that.
made you do specific things? Because like they rewire my whole brain.
I mean,
And-
they've directly controlled me in the past. Made me kneel and change.
Do they come after you to do that?
No, I mean, I went to the initiation because I was trying to figure out what was going on.
Did you
I
eat
think-
anything there?
Did you
Yeah,
eat
just
it?
finger food.
I mean, that's a valid question.
Mind control through
Yeah,
something
you know
you
what? Even Sylvie's like, Did you?
Makes sense.
I mean,
This makes so much sense now.
if you think it's important, I could try to figure out what catering company they used, I guess. They
Wouldn't they
mostly
just
leave
use-
the catering to the Deltas.
Wouldn't they just use blindsides?
They could also have slipped something in.
They should have some werewolf loyalty and use the restaurant that. I'm just saying. Whatever. It doesn't
I
matter.
think
have
that
absolutely nothing to do with it.
Since they're not actively coming after you right now, that's my understanding of this.
So long as Blindside's keeping his mouth shut, they don't have any reason to come after me right now.
Okay, I think that means we can focus on the slightly more active threat. That one is possibly the larger threat, but if it's not dropping quite yet, we have a lot of irons in the fire. We've got to
Yeah.
figure some
We
of this
also
out sooner.
have some information that we are waiting on regarding the werewolf situation. So we can at least make headway in progress in regards to the duplicate Roxy situation.
And
if the situations change in any way, shape, or form, we can reevaluate priorities then.
Yeah,
also,
because they can
given the
just say
nature-
words. Yeah, sorry.
oh, no, sorry. Given the nature of your power set, I think it's probably going to be easier to find a way to deprogram Roxy than to find a way to subvert the Alpha's control over you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in
Ooh.
regards to the programming thing, I mean, are we thinking it might be something like what Hecate can do? Is it hypnotism, or is it like one of those
Hecate
like
can
paging
brainwash?
things?
Hecate doesn't do hypnotism.
We were-
don't.
But I mean, like she can get like inside people's heads. It's like what you do when you talk with us.
That's
in our
just
heads,
mind
right?
reading, man. That's like
Is
sending
Mind
messages in
reading
your brain.
versus mind manipulation.
It's different.
There's potentially
I've never tried to brainwash someone. I did try to see if I could find the source of Roxy's programming, but I don't know if I'm actually capable of manipulating somebody like that with this current power set.
Yeah. She
But
tried to
theoretically,
unhook that. My brain.
it could be the same power set at a greater level, or it could be a completely different power set. There have been a range seen.
It could also be good old-fashioned spy programming.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah, that's
say
what I was talking about.
this
that
could just
KGB
be
stuff.
psychological brainwashing.
Another thing we don't have a good answer to, but I think figuring out the Roxy situation is at least something we can do right now, and then hopefully
Yeah.
figure out the rest from there.
We should probably go talk to Grandpa Les too.
Do you need something from him?
No, to find out about how you unprogram your brain.
He is a
Therapy.
potential resource.
May? Yeah, okay.
I mean, is that something Hecate could do?
Therapy? Hell no.
No, I mean the deprogramming thing.
It's possible.
We might
I
have
need to talk to her. It's also, even if she can do it, it's a question of whether or not she'd be willing to do it.
Why wouldn't she be willing? Unless, I mean, are you having the same suspicions I am?
What
About what?
suspicions?
Shit.
That's me
Well,
laughing is
I
a player,
mean-
not a character.
Okay. So, y'all remember how I was saying I didn't trust all of you for different reasons?
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
I'm extremely trustworthy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Echo, I didn't so much distrust you as much as I distrusted Hecate.
Why?
You and half the superhero community.
Well, she's a little
Yeah,
shady, but she seems alright.
Except her powers would make sense for the Alpha.
Not really.
I mean, I don't know that much about it, but no one knows who the Alpha is.
She could probably find out though if you guys are listening to people's brain. But if the
It's a possibility.
Hecate doesn't strike me as a wolf, you know? She's got
Did
more
I?
cat-like tendencies. She's like aloof and stuff.
Did
you
I
know?
strike you as a wolf before you knew?
Yeah, you kind of got a pack mentality. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay then.
You kind of want to be alpha all the time.
It's not how wolves work.
That's never mind.
What?
That's not how
Eugene's
wolves
like,
work.
we don't do that.
No, Joe.
Let me put it this way. If Hecate's the alpha, we're all fucked.
Yeah, no. I mean, but she would have already been taking over the city.
Shit. You told her that I told you, didn't you?
Told me what?
About
been talking
the
to her
pack
yet.
and all that?
Yeah,
Hmm.
she's looking into shit
Yes,
like
I
she
did.
does.
Okay.
You really should have mentioned your suspicions earlier. This is why honesty is the best policy. I'm
not-
just saying.
Why? That would be a reason why we'd all be fucked. But
She would have descended upon us with righteous fury by now.
Well, not only that, but she has superhero connections, so she would be building a super army on top of a werewolf army. But not all the
I'm not sure
superheroes
she'd
like
need
her,
one.
so I don't know. I'm just saying that
I meant more.
Hecate's really smart. She would have already taken over the city if she really wanted to.
I meant more that Hecate put certain restraints on her power set because you can do a lot of harm with the full extent of her powers.
Sylvia's sitting, listening
Ethics.
very quietly in regards to the last conversations. Yeah.
So I meant,
Ethics.
so what I meant earlier was that she might not be willing to try to deprogram Roxy because she might not want to open that door.
And
Okay.
things can go really wrong. I hope it's just
Also
good
that.
old fashioned psychological brainwashing. Then maybe Grandpa Les can just help us deprogram.
Well,
Maybe.
if we're going to have her help Roxy, I feel like we need to erase any doubt, and I feel like we have the ability to do that.
How is that? We put Hecate and the Alpha in the same room and let them fight?
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Showdown.
Sylvie would be putting money on Hecate. Not gonna lie.
Same. My money's going on
They just
Hecate.
get
on
in
that
a
one.
ring and duke it out the old-fashioned way.
Cynthia, you copy all of a person's abilities when you, like, touch them, right?
Yes.
Oh, we just make you the Alpha.
No.
I don't
Problem
think it works that
solved.
way.
If Hecate is somehow involved in the pack, then that would stand to reason that either she's somehow controlling what abilities you absorb, which, if she's doing that, that's insane,
Possible.
or maybe you just don't know what absorbing a werewolf's abilities feel like.
You want me to try to turn into a fucking wolf?
I'm
I feel like we need your ability right now to go find Tony. Maybe later that would be a fun experiment.
Let me put it this way. If what you're proposing is that I copy your powers to see if I recognize the feeling of copying a werewolf's powers, we are not doing that in this room because I don't want to go berserk and kill someone.
That's true. I would
We
have
don't
to
know,
bear hug
yeah.
you, or we would have to put you floating in the air like Elena does
No,
to
we
me when
have
I
the
try to walk away.
lockdown. We just don't put you in the lock room because it's bad.
Well, you just float. That's what
I mean-
Elena did when I tried that one time. Is you just floated me, and then I got pheromoned, and
but
that
I mean,
was
that's
better.
the thing. I don't think technically
Well,
werewolves
why
are
don't you just try to
supposed
assert your will on Joe right now to see if you got alpha dominance over him?
I think it's the same problem. If I don't know how I'd even do that,
Just will
I
him
think it's a
real
solid
hard.
plan, but I remember you have reservations about me copying your power set, which is why I never have.
Also, what?
Well,
So look, we have to think about all the implications here, because will that give the alpha then power over her because she copied your powers, and is it like just there forever? Like,
I
I feel
mean-
like this is like the weird theory thing, like why me and the other rocks can't be in the same room because the world might blow up. Like,
well, the thing is, up until a few days ago, I thought my abilities were some sort of magical, I don't know, curse that like would stick to people.
How
if-
about this? I copy Eugene's powers. I don't think the alpha has control over Eugene.
Okay. Probably reduces the chances of you going insane for 24 hours, because sort of looks at Eugene. I'm guessing first changes for normal werewolves aren't so murdery.
No, they can still be pretty rough.
Sounds like important notes.
Because your experience, you have a higher sensory perception, a different set of emotions and feelings driving you, but typically
instincts.
instincts, yes. Typically there are safeguards put in place where there is more on hands guidance to walk you through the first change.
That's fair.
It could also
The-
be a thing where, assuming it does work, which is it's very possible it might not. If I change, Sylvie could just knock me out.
Yeah, do we want to go into the
I think you guys should go look for
I think I would
Tony and
agree
other
with
Roxy first, because
first.
you'll have to go see Hecate again and get your powers back, because you got to use the telepathy to find them.
Also that.
Fair point.
This is a later thing, because otherwise she'll have to just either hang out as a werewolf, which I don't know if that's really the most advisable thing right now, or not that there's anything wrong with werewolves, just she's never been a werewolf before. And then or take one of our powers, which doesn't always go super great. Which is fine. I mean, but you know,
It's just
can't
if we
touch any
can-
tech stuff with Sylvie's power.
if we can absolutely assure that Hecate is above suspicion, that's going to be
Just
at the very
read her
least a
mind.
great peace of mind. Her literal shtick is reading people's minds.
Yeah,
You
she
don't
would
think
have
doesn't know how
mind
to hide
defense.
thoughts?
I can't read her mind if she doesn't want me to, vice versa.
Furthermore, if we have these suspicions and they prove to be true, and Echo needs to go and retrieve that power, what's to say she can't read Echo's mind upon entering back?
I just don't
That's
feel
good
like
point.
Hecate.
So
I don't get those vibes from Hecate.
I'll be
More-
perfectly honest with you. I do not think it is her.
I don't get the
believe that in my
megalomaniac.
soul.
I feel like I would get the megalomaniac vibes from Hecate by now if she was a megalomaniac, but she's not a megalomaniac, I don't think. And she's so smart. She would have already taken this town over like a decade ago. Like, she's very smart. She's very rich.
Rox,
And she's very powerful.
I'm not disagreeing with you, Rox, but the fact of the matter is that the one trait we know about the Alpha is that they are extremely careful.
The one thing that I know about you is that you're extremely paranoid that everybody's a werewolf.
Can you blame me after what's been happening for the past couple of years?
I'm sorry, we need that quote.
Yes. Also, side note, if Cynthia is even remotely close to Sylvie's head right now, Sylvie implicitly does trust Hecate as well after everything. So she's more so arguing devil's advocate, and also the fact that
Roxy
she wants
everyone.
to
It's not a feat.
like assuage Joe, but also be like, we have to refocus on the mission at hand that we just said was priority number one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to catch up on everything.
If
Okay.
I don't know how much of a latent telepathic connection that Cynthia and Sylvie have normally, because I think it's more latent when she's a transformed.
Well, they also, I mean, does Cynthia still have that charm? Because there is that whole
That's
bit,
true.
too.
They are linked.
You might, then there's a chance you might get the sense that Cynthia believes this very firmly, that Hecate is not the Alpha because of what she told you.
Mhm.
Roxy just thinks that it would be silly and that Joe thinks everybody's a secret werewolf at this point. I mean, I get why he's paranoid, but also
Yeah, no,
like,
it makes sense. Like,
but also like, you gotta go to therapy, buddy.
Okay. And I feel like Joe looks at Elena. Do you have anything else going on? I feel like everybody's got their own trouble in the pot here.
I don't think right now. I think everything besides things blowing up, I think everything else is fine. That's one of those that we kind of work on as it comes problems.
Yeah.
But you're doing okay after that?
I will be. It was kind of a lot.
It's okay. We all crumble a couple buildings sometimes.
Oh,
It happens.
really.
You know?
Quite often, actually, with alarming regularity. But
Yeah, we should really invest in like a construction firm or something. We'd make so much money.
the construction firm just knock
Yeah.
things over. But I think after
I would be so good at demolition. So
there are
good.
a lot of fires to put out right now, and I think after all of that, I'm probably going to need time to decompress.
Yeah, we're just kind of running on adrenaline now.
But
yeah.
I think that goes for all of us at this point. And I guess now that you guys know that it's me, well, I've got the rocket if we want to do a day trip somewhere.
Wait, are we making vacation plans when the
Each
city's
episode.
going to be
I don't
taken over
know.
by a shadow organization and
Listen, this
Or
day has
Rook
been a
Labs
lot for me.
or
And I'm
a
finally
werewolf
feeling some
cult?
clarity after Freya. So I don't know. I figured I'd suggest it as long as I can stay this sane feeling.
That's a statement because literally no one else know what Freya did. So
Yeah, we're just like, what?
Huh?
he likes cats now, sure.
I
why
feel
not?
like this entire time Joe has
I
just
feel
been like
like you
scratching
didn't
the
like
cat.
the cat, and now you like
Sylvie,
the cat,
like,
and I don't
at
know.
that statement, her look of, like, when she looks at Freya, like, her look of concern grows regarding this cat.
There is some irony in that with
Freya
how much
just
trouble Joe's
stares
had.
Freya
back.
just mind controlled you to calm the fuck down. She's like, I cannot handle the
there's a
energy
little
you brought
like
into this.
anime movie glint off the name tag on her collar.
The cat gave him a chill pill straight to the brain.
Basically, yeah. Which
Yeah.
Joe desperately needed after the day he's been having.
Yeah. No, I know. Whenever he talks, Jenna in her head is like, here's a Xanax. Open a fucking werewolf.
Bay Xanax.
You gotta put
Yeah.
it in peanut butter first.
Yeah. We put it in peanut butter first. Got it.
Okay.
Eugene's way more chill than Joe.
Eugene's been a werewolf for a while though, and he didn't accidentally, actually, intentionally join a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Didn't accidentally join
it sounds like the plan is, for the time being, we split up, check on what Henry's found out about other Roxy, whilst the other group is finding other Roxy and Tony.
Yeah.
Because Tony might actually be in danger, and if he only has a wrench, then what good is he against sleeper agent Roxy, who could be?
That's actually
If we're-
true. Now I'm a little concerned for my brother's safety.
Yeah, if we're going on any sort of patrol and might be expecting any trouble, I should probably get a costume, which, Cynthia, do you have any spares? lying
Oh, you
around?
have extras.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
She'll just like
We opened the closet
obtain-
and there's like the rhinestone.
You know, like
cowboy.
the drawer, or yeah, like the big tall
Ugh.
stand drawers,
Yo,
like you find
The
sheet music
gaudy,
in.
like
wardrobe.
Gotti,
One of them is
like-
cheetah print.
mask in the
Yes.
gaudy masquerade mask with all the
Mhm.
feathers and the sequins.
Yep.
It's just hanging on the wall.
I also
So-
have a
We have
Sequins
backup
and shit.
costumes. We
prototype
have
in
some of
progress
your
if you want it.
I- If you could
different
show me where that
alternate
is.
costumes.
I promise it has no rhinestones.
I feel like Joe
Maybe
just sort of
one.
like tilts his
It's
head
hidden.
towards Eugene. For the record, I went with the least flashy one.
Elena's already.
Yes,
pushing
but
stuff out of
I
the
will
closet.
say, Mr. Eugene Watchdog's dad, you know, he took the most time to design his costume. He was like really particular, and like he had to be like a sheriff, like
He
werewolf.
did not like the
but-
sequins.
but he
and she'll
didn't
pull
want
out the sequins
sequins.
version.
But he did want chaps, and also
Sequin chips.
he made
feel like that would be
Cynthia make him a
uncomfortable.
whole sheriff's badge. You notice the rest of our communicators are just like
I feel like
Different
Joe's
colours.
just slowly
No, they're all
blushing.
customized. Like Roxy's is extra durable. I think Elena's has like
yeah, but that's
stuff
for
encrusted on it.
that's utility.
Elena's looks like a compact.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but that's also so you can
Like-
like hide it, right?
Makeup.
Sylvie's is
Prism power.
unique depending on what version she's on.
Depends on.
Somebody gets a new one every week.
Yeah.
Eugene just gets this like fond look on his face, like as hearing all of this, and just kind of like looks over at Joe.
I took inspiration from the Scarlet Express, okay?
The what?
It's my favorite movie.
Ah. Okay.
We still have the pattern for your old one. We can have one. It might take a couple of days, but you can have your old one. Just again, if you don't want the sequence.
Yeah, I think other Joe
Woohoo.
threw out my costume, so I'm gonna need another one.
Other Joe threw
Good
out
thing.
your yeah, other Joe kind of wrecked your life a little bit, brah.
Yeah, but I don't really blame him considering how different our lives were.
Yeah.
All right.
On the bright side, Roxy Double has just been chilling at the house.
Roxy Double could be a plant.
This is
Also
true.
Well, we'll figure it out once we find her.
Could be
and
murdering
once
my
we-
brother right now. You never know.
Yeah, why don't we go potentially address
Yeah,
that?
let's go get ready.
Yeah, I want to
Cynthia,
go find out if my DNA
could you
blows
show me
up the
where that
other
prototype's
Roxy's
at?
DNA.
Yeah. Cynthia will bring you over to her workshop where it's not completely done, but it's like it's
functional enough.
it's as field ready as it can be without the quite frankly extensive level of testing that she requires before things go in the field.
Okay. As we are away from everyone else, Joe will reach out mentally, trying to like draw psychic attention.
Over here,
Yes.
over here.
Yeah.
Talk to
Read
me.
my thoughts.
Yep.
You wanted to talk alone?
Yeah, and we need to talk like right now.
Okay.
The situation with other Roxy might be worse than everyone else realizes.
Tell me your thoughts.
And I will show her basically what amounts to a quick video clip of Tony as Growl at the initiation saving me from the alpha
On your phone? Or
in my head.
Mental phone.
oh, mental movie. I was
Mhm.
like, where are you getting this film, Joe?
Growl
Show him a
is
TikTok.
Tony. He originally made contact with me at the behest of the pack and has been trying to help both of us get free.
Okay.
And for obvious reasons, I have not talked about this too much, mostly because he specifically asked me not to tell Roxy.
So Roxy doesn't know.
No. And he's convinced that if she did know, things wouldn't be the same between them, which, personally, knowing what I know about Roxy, I don't think that's even physically possible, but I'm not inclined to tell other people's secrets.
I think that's a good trait to have. Okay. Well,
But I'm worried Tony might have gone to the pack to try to protect her. If he was desperate enough.
that's concerning.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he didn't. But if he did, you are on the Roxy retrieval team, so we will proceed with your guidance. So, think if they have her, there's not much we can do at the moment. But
Yeah, there's also the fact that now that y'all are involved in this and I know what I know about werewolves from my dad, Roxy could be at risk of being, I guess, activated by the pack. Which,
Is
given
it-
what the change did to me and her powers, that combination is slightly terrifying.
so genetically, it can be latent, and you don't necessarily inherit the ability to activate it yourself, but it can be activated by this particular.
From what I know about the pack and what my dad's told me, all werewolf descendants have the capacity to change, but don't necessarily do so normally. But as far as I can tell in regards to the pack, just given the size of it and how many people can change, which is all of them, by the way, then
Okay.
they must have some way of like forcing it, I guess.
That would track based on what I heard in the tape. Okay. Well, for what it's worth, I really hope you're wrong. But
I do too. I really do. But
one problem at a time.
and I'm sorry, by the way.
For what?
Well, seems like enough piles of shit have hit this particular fan in recent days, and I just sort of threw one more.
I'm used to it.
Also, sorry about cursing. I've been so out of it. I've been cursing so much.
Quite frankly, I did not even notice.
But yeah, I'm kind of at the point that I don't really know what to do here because I feel like not telling Roxy is putting her in danger, but telling her would really piss Tony off.
Let's figure out what's going on with Roxy over there first. It is Tony's secret to tell, but in an emergency.
However, you just told that secret to a girlfriend and
I'm not in the business of telling people other people's secrets either.
Get mine for long enough.
That I did.
Okay. Let's go fix some shit. Sorry.
Before you go, this is possibly not going to be relevant, but I don't think it's Hecate, because if Hecate wanted to take over the city, she had her chance, and she didn't take it. And that's all I'll say about that. She walks away.
See, there's a long mental pause, and then you just hear back from Joe, somewhat assured, okay. Because if nothing else, the recent experiences have kind of taught Joe to trust Echo.
Above the table, she's very biased on this one, so maybe you shouldn't. But
She's
You
also
have-
usually the one with the brain cell.
I
So
was about to say,
Yeah, she
you have
usually has
consistently
a
been the
brain
one who
cell.
knows the most what to do, and has also consistently been the most right. Whereas he's consistently been pretty wrong. So
Yeah,
he's starting
he-
to think, like, maybe I should trust her judgment over mine.
He's got a werewolf
Also-
conspiracy complex.
I mean, also in Sylvie's case, she's been trusting Echo since the jewel, or the like little jewelry thing that she made way back.
All right. On that note, now you've got some sleuthing to do. We're gonna take a break and see where all of this leads. Now that everything, well, mostly everything is out on the table.
I wouldn't say everything.
No.
No, not
Quite.
everything. A good portion of things that were hidden are now not
A
hidden.
solid
they're
80%
on the
of
metaphor
hidden
There's
A fair amount of
another
things.
little bit that Joe hasn't necessarily asked about, but will definitely concern him once he finally decides to ask, what do you mean when you make all of these references to Roxy's family?
Yes.
Oh yeah, that didn't come up in regards to the
That is also
Round
something
table
that has
did
to
it.
be discussed, but later.
They'll be
Later.
fine.
Hey, this might come out as total madness, but just wait. I really need to tell you something. 'Cause I feel alone in a room, surrounded by people I wanna know. If you're feeling it too, out on the roof, here with you, it all seems so distant. With you, under street lights, right next to the skyline. With you, yeah. I've been a cynic for so many of my days. Now you just my makeup believer out of me. 'Cause you look so pretty in the sunrise, and somehow now everything is alright. I feel like every word is so translucent, so real. Oh, won't you tell me how you do it? Now I'm high, but the buzz in the room, surrounded by people I couldn't care, yeah. But nobody but you. Sway, move me now, baby, dance, give into the moment. With you, under street lights, right next to the skyline. With you.
What if, just hear me out here, she could turn into a giant glitter wolf?
That'll make you
that might be more suspicious
Even more
than anything
suspicious.
else.
Yeah.
Can you do it without the glitter, Sylvie?
I have not tried it with the.
Wait, you do that on purpose? I thought that was just like fey dust that you put out. You actually like intentionally do that?
No, it's really funny because you don't like it. See, I can keep a secret. I knew that she did it on purpose.
Oh my god.
I've spent hours washing that shit out of my fur. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you just shift back?
That doesn't make it go away. It's still stuck to me.
You know what? I can't talk about werewolf physics right now. I feel like this is the werewolf law conversation all over again, and we don't got time for that right now. We've got a lot of problems. We're trying to neutralize the scent by using Sylvie's pheromones as like
Yeah,
a base for the chemistry.
Good
I
luck
have a
with
very
that.
good chemist working on it.
I'm gonna be perfectly honest. She puts Sylvie to shame in regards to what she can do with that.
How do you know Sylvie just hasn't used the full extent of her powers?
Yeah.
I guess I don't, but I've never.
We are asking her to be ethical a lot of the time.
We do ask her, and
Most
she
of
does a
the
really
time.
good job considering she comes from a completely different culture with different ethics and morals and stuff. I feel like she does a really good job.
These two poor men
Sweden.
who are just sitting in on this
Elena clarifies and
conversation.
says Sweden.
Also, I want to point out, Joe, that she's never actively pheromoned you. So you don't actually know what actively, like her, you just get like a secondhand, like normal pheromones. You've never had like the full extent of it. And I tell you, it packs a punch.
Very
Wait, what?
strange
Two of you.
argument.
When did
This is-
you? Oh my
It's a
gosh.
whole thing.
It's a long
I'll tell you
story.
later.
I can tell you about it afterwards, but there's something wrong with my brain.
I don't think anyone other than the other two werewolves at the scene can hear this, but I think Joe whispers under his breath, "Could have told you that."
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step, hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be.
Time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me life, show me love. This is all we got. Show me life, show me love. This is all we got. Show me love, show me love. This is all we got. Show me show me love. This is all we got. Show me love. Sometimes life will push you down, make you fall onto the ground. But I know you will turn it around. Oh, this is all we got. And I know you'll make mistakes, get interference and lose your way. Find the light when it rains. Oh, this is all we got. Show me light, show me love, make a change. Time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me light, show me love, show me light, show me love, make a change. Time is up. We can wait for better days, but the days won't come. Show me light, show me love. This is all we got. Show me light, show me love. This is all we got. 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 Show me love. Show me life. Show me love. This is all we got.
Hey, this might come out as total madness, but just wait. I really need to tell you something. 'Cause I feel alone in a room, surrounded by people. I wanna know if you're feeling it too. Out on the roof, here with you, it all seems so distant. With you, under streetlights, right next to the skyline. With you.
And
Pretty
she's
sure pizza is very
probably
important.
just murdered her husband because she's wearing the robe.
Yeah.
velvet?
Yes.
hmm
Okay.
He's at work.
Or at least story.
At work.
Allegedly.
Making deals with the devil.
Mhm.
Can't
I
open
bet he
this.
is.
I have wet nails.
He'll be back next week. So
Damn it. I hate when that happens.
so the team is going to split off to. I'm going to have a group go look for Tony and the other Roxy, and then second group go talk to Henry. So I think we'll follow the group going to see Henry first, which I believe is Roxy, Sylvie, and Sarah, right?
Correct.
Just
This,
those three?
nothing could possibly go wrong. There is no mature adult with us.
Yeah.
We're
it was-
unsupervised.
Oh,
Sarah.
no.
Sarah is a mature adult.
She's
criminal.
literally a thief.
She literally has she has kleptomania.
I would still argue the mature adult in this situation.
And yep.
So, three of you can head out. I'm assuming you're just gonna go to CU University to the girls' dorm,
Yeah.
or are you gonna like call
Little
her?
motorcycle out there, I think.
Yeah.
Sarah can either ride on either of our motorcycles. It doesn't
Never
matter.
mind, the cat's the adult in this situation.
Should we bring the cat? No, the cat has to go with Joe. That's his emotional support cat, Fey cat now.
Portal between the two of us. It's fine.
I think the cat will come with the group going to see Henry.
Ooh,
Yeah. But
I like it.
were you gonna have Sarah keep an aerial view of things?
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
So she'll probably follow on a solo motorcycle, and then as you're getting closer, like peel off and go into an alley to find a vantage point.
Mhm.
Yeah, she can take my bike and then I'll
Right, it's
ride
okay.
on the stag.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you get there. It's There's some activity since it's late in the day, some people going out to dinner and stuff, but not as busy as you would see it like in the middle of a school day with students coming and going to class.
Mm-hmm.
I think the first thing would be to swing by her lab to see if she's putting in late hours before we go to her home abode.
Okay. So you just want to head to like the chemistry building?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, if she's not there, then Sylvie can touch stuff, so. We can show Sarah what happens when Sylvie
Oh
touches
my god.
And there was an explosion at Seattle University. And glitter emerged from the wreckage just everywhere. Joe's like,
Yep, sure. Sure.
Help.
Hopefully you don't ruin any of Henry's experiments in that mess.
Yeah.
I know it. I have probably had Henry tell me which like bench and lab are hers. Everyone else's shit is
Their
their game.
experiments have some weird ass results. Just
If only because we've been going over the pheromones
this
with her
one
as well.
grew teeth. We weren't trying to grow teeth, but there are teeth in this petri dish.
Weird shit, man. But you can park your bikes. Since you're over like by the chemistry building, Sarah will probably go on top of the chemistry building
Mhm.
just to keep an eye on anyone or anything that might be approaching.
Mhm.
And you can go inside and head up towards the labs. And since it's so late, most of the lights and everything are off and things are shut down, but you do see a light shining through the window in one of the doors near the end of the hallway. And get down there and look inside. You do see Henry working at a bench.
Are there other individuals in here?
No, she's alone.
Then I guess we knock on the door before we enter, just so she knows that
Hey, Henry.
people are coming in.
Sylvie knocks and Roxy just shouts, "Hi!"
Hey, Henry. Good to see you.
I think she starts a little bit just at the not expecting to be interrupted, but doesn't drop or break anything and look over her shoulder at you and then carefully set her her things down and turn to face the door and say, come in.
Hey.
But I wasn't expecting you to swing around. What's up?
We wanted to see if you had a chance to examine the DNA samples and if they blew up when you put them near each other.
Well, things are still standing, so nothing's blown up yet.
That's good. No explosions. That bodes well for the universe.
I was actually just comparing them now, and Roxy, you don't by any chance have a twin, do you?
No. I'm not aware of having a twin.
Okay.
Why? Is our DNA the same?
Not exactly. It's got a similar base structure from what I can tell. But something, at least in the development, changed along the way. I'm like,
Yeah, that was the hairspray.
I haven't had time to dig into it too deeply and don't really
Is
have
it-
anything to compare it
Would
to.
it be like a cloning situation or more of a twinning situation?
I'm not sure. Because I don't have anything to compare it to, so I don't know if it's just sort of the natural divergence, and maybe it was because Roxy developed powers, and that's where the change occurred, or if there was some synthetic development.
Synthetic development. What does that even mean?
My best guess is something akin to cloning.
So the other Roxy has cloning stuff in her?
I honestly don't know which one would have been the sample base. So the other Roxy could be the clone, or you might be the clone.
Wait,
Oh.
so one of us is a clone. Somebody cloned us. One of us.
Possibly. It's a possibility. Like I said, I really only just started looking into it, and I don't have anything to compare it to. So if we could get again, I don't know how we'd find out about other cloning processes. So if we could get samples from that to compare it to, or if anyone knows a set of twins and we could get DNA samples from them.
I don't think Whoa! I feel like there was some werewolf twins that I know about, maybe, but I don't think we could just get that DNA.
I sense this information through the force.
But just so you know, Joe is back. Also.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, he wanted to come here, but I said no. Because I said that was not fair to you.
I appreciate that, Roxy.
Yeah, well, it felt sneaky, and I don't really like that. In relation, like you can't just I don't know, what do you call it? Pop up and be like, we got to talk about our relationship.
Ambushing?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, I said I didn't want him to ambush you. I said he's got to talk to you and schedule that if you want to sit down and talk with him.
She kind of taps a finger on the lab table. Says, yeah, he saw me today.
Oh,
and
okay.
Said he was going to fix things.
Mm.
Which, once again, is him wanting to take the burden of responsibility.
Yeah. So when you do something wrong, you got to make the other person whole. And I'm not sure Joe fully understands that. I think he just thinks he can tell you the truth now. And I don't know what his plan is, because I was like, you really just got to prove that you're trustworthy, and ambushing somebody isn't really trustworthy. That's sneaky deception. Also, don't use the team to corner you in a room. I feel like he was maybe a little mad that we got you involved, but you're an adult, so you can make your own choices.
I can. And anyway, we're not here to talk about my problems. We have...
Do you need a hug, though?
More...
Are you doing okay?
It's a little strange seeing Joe again, but just trying to resolve those feelings. So...
Do you have any competitors in this lab that destroying their work might make you feel better?
Competitors, yes, but
if you want, Sylvie could touch this stuff, and the experiment will turn out real weird.
I'm a firm believer that scientific competition is the best way to advance the field as a whole. So,
you're probably right.
Would not want to potentially destroy any breakthroughs.
That's fair.
So to confirm, this Roxy and other Roxy can be in the same vicinity and will not explode. As far as your research is.
As far as I can tell, it is okay for them to meet.
Well,
at least
that is positive.
On the physics scientific based level, how well the two of them react, emotionally, to being in the same area.
We'll address that at a later point. I will relay. I'll let Cynthia know that this is the case because that might solve one of our current conundrums.
One of many.
Yeah, one of very many.
Ah.
God, it sounds like you've got a lot going on. I mean, I knew kind of probably having to pick up a lot of pieces, but
Well, Joe also has a lot of problems. I don't know if you know that.
Also, just be careful at the internship.
Oh yeah, we should
There-
tell
there-
you about that. That's good thinking, Sylvie. There was a seaweed man that came from Rook Labs, and
Maybe.
a seaweed person. I
Maybe.
I didn't get a chance to ask the agenda because they were trying to kill everyone with seaweed.
she
then-
like as you're relaying this, she bends over to her bag and like starts frantically digging through it. And she pulls out a file folder and like slaps it on the table and like flips it open. And is like, fuck. I found records that they'd extracted a large amount of luminescent seaweed and were trying to break down the components of it to see like what was causing that. And they
that
were,
might
from what I could tell, they wanted to isolate whatever that was.
be a very poor idea.
That might be consequences of previous actions that we took to save the city.
That might not be natural seaweed.
That's not. Oh no.
Guess
They're
maybe-
trying to synthesize face seaweed. Oh no.
Wait, you said someone was using this, right?
Yeah.
So well
I don't
they grew like seaweed tentacles and they were grabbing things and stuff.
I don't know if they're trying to synthesize face seaweed as much as they're trying to synthesize superpowers.
That makes more sense
Yeah.
because the person had like super seaweed that made them. There was like the strong seaweed tentacles, and they could throw cars and shit. With their
Henry
seaweed
pulls out a
tentacles.
notebook and is like, "Can you relay everything
Yeah,
that happened?"
Roxy does a really fumbled like play by play of the whole incident.
Henry's just taking like furious notes and is asking questions about like the seaweed themselves, like where, if you could see where they came from, if they had an origin point, what
She'll
this
describe the
seaweed
Sylvie
burns.
looks like and felt like.
Will
Yeah.
like vividly describe where like the seaweed trails that she saw and felt wither. Maybe not say that she withered them herself,
But it's like Fey terms, so it's very like it felt like the wind.
Yeah, and she like Henry just furiously takes notes and will like
electricity.
pause and like scratch her head and make more notes and just like this. If they're really trying to make synthetic superpowers, this
Yeah.
is very concerning.
Yeah. Well, and Roxy describes the burn marks that were like the weird burn marks on the person where the seaweed like had come out of. I think that's how it
And
worked.
when
Yesterday.
and you
well, no, today.
Do you know-
Earlier today.
do you know if wait
Hours ago.
was that when did you see those burn marks appear, or were they pre-existing?
Do I remember if they were pre-existing or were they? Did it happen when I thought it happened when I put the cuff on, but I don't remember.
or can Sylvie supplement this from what she felt when like how to
Ooh.
what extent did I wither the seaweed within this person's body?
Oh, did
Where
the
was
burn
it?
marks come from Sylvie withering it?
That was my concern.
So I
I'll
highly
say,
damaged them. Then I killed them.
Roxy, you probably noticed that like you probably wouldn't have taken notice of the burn marks until you were up close, so it's hard to tell if
Mhm.
they were pre-existing, especially because of how clothed they were. They had long sleeves on and pants and a hood up. So
And I didn't really get a chance to like get a good look at anything
Mhm.
until
yeah. Sylvie. Hmm. I'd say you probably would be able to tell based on the nature of like the sort of like energy drawing power you have to like to pull that energy out of other things, that this like the behavior of the burn marks compared to that is different. You wouldn't, because that was like burn marks are such a much more explosive reaction, it doesn't really fall in line with drawing energy out of something. You'd expect that if it was like the entire line of seaweed, there would be more like withering and probably decay rather than something igniting and combusting.
well, my powers came from a synthetic force or thing too. I wasn't born with superpowers. I got it from hairspray.
That makes me... I'm sure you don't know this just based on like the nature of using hairspray and suddenly getting powers, but I mean, do you have any indication that this hairspray or its contaminants or I don't know, people behind it were explicitly trying to evoke super strength?
I don't know if it was super strength or not, but I didn't know it was the hairspray until. So what had happened was I used the hairspray, but I didn't really realize that that's where I got like superpowers from until like they recalled the hairspray, and then I brought it back to the hairspray factory, and then they kind of made me a prisoner in a cell. I don't think that they knew that I was going to have super strength necessarily. I don't remember a lot of like what happened at the hairspray factory, except for I didn't like being there. And then I broke through a wall. I like just ran through the wall, and that's how I got out. And then there was a lizard man that got out too, and we had to fight him. And then we destroyed the hairspray factory. But I'm just wondering if like the same people behind Rook Labs might be like, I don't know when Brook Labs like really came on the map or anything, but I'm wondering if there might be like a relationship between the two.
I mean, their lab and organization has been present for a while. That doesn't necessarily dismiss any involvement, but they do predate when you got your powers.
Yeah.
So they didn't. I can't really think of a direct tie between them establishing themselves and when you got your powers.
Diversified is Rook, though. From
maybe they had.
I guess
like
this is also
branch.
They could
Sylvie
be linked, so I'm not willing to dismiss it. I just
or the scientists could have went from working at the one place to the other place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just trying to think, and we don't really have enough information to dismiss anything. I'm just current hypothesis is that whatever happened with you, I am wondering if they weren't necessarily trying to get a specific outcome, and it was more kind of a side effect. Whereas with the seaweed, this was intentionally trying to reproduce some luminescent seaweed powers.
Yeah.
And then add in the unique origin of said seaweed, and you have
also that. Yeah.
Is there anything weird about my DNA that makes me more like susceptible to powers?
Not that I can currently tell. I'm not seeing anything widely standing out.
Okay.
But there hasn't been a whole lot of research in that area, so that might exist, but I have no way of isolating it and identifying it.
That's fair. You would need like a large sample size or
Yeah.
something to compare all the DNA to.
We'd need multiple samples from superpowered
Supers
individuals
and not supers.
and non-supers.
Yeah. Anyways, I just
So-
thought I'd ask.
Like
I don't know
a-
how DNA works.
the
really.
possibility for like potential future research, but it's definitely beyond.
You could write your thesis on that.
I could be a doctor in superhumanities.
You could. We need doctors.
Expand the medical field.
There you go. I mean, we have weird shit happen to us that probably most regular doctors don't know how to deal with.
Sylvie definitely
Probably
smiles
not.
and is like, we can be superhero doctors together. It'll be great.
Sylvie is kind of like a super doctor.
We can start our own clinical practice.
You could
Yes.
talk to other people that have clinical practices that also have
Super
stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I'm
Future
assuming you're
connections.
talking about helping hands.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
I can keep trying to dig into this a little bit more and see if I find out anything else, but
Yeah.
Would it
we might
help to potentially have a sample from an individual that is predisposed to powers to compare for Roxy's?
How would we find somebody like that?
maybe.
You have a couple people on your team that are genetically predisposed to powers.
Well, yeah, but they already have powers.
Yeah, but you could compare for certain markers.
Oh yeah.
There might still be some
I don't
DNA
Your
identifiers.
DNA would be really weird.
Granted,
Sylvie.
I don't know if my DNA actually works in this situation.
I don't
but-
think your DNA will help. I mean, it would be interesting to look at the fake DNA and what that looks
Yeah,
like.
I don't know how.
I don't think that'll be very useful. I don't know.
Not in this
I don't think
situation,
that'll
but it'd just
useful in
be
this situation,
interesting.
but if you're willing to let me take a sampling, I wouldn't object.
I will 100% look at your DNA. Show me your DNA, Sylvie.
I would be interested to get some of Cynthia's thoughts on this, since she also has a scientific background, albeit in a different areas. But you know, the more we can,
We will
possibly
discuss the
collaborate.
DNA thing, and I'll bring Cynthia next time I'm here. She is just currently on an alternate mission regarding
The other Roxy.
other Roxy and a potential hazard that may have been exposed.
Yeah, are you still interning at Brookville? Like,
For now, at least through the end of the semester.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel safe and stuff? Do you need anything that we can provide support-wise? I don't want to ask you to snoop at anything. I'm just saying that if you are
Already kind of been snooping. But
I was going to say, you're an adult and you can make your own choices. I believe in informed consent. So thank you for reminding me to tell her about the seaweed and the Rook Labs thing, Sylvie, because there's just been a lot going on, but I
Yeah,
would have
well,
told
There's
you right away
a
because
couple
I don't
things
really.
that have reminded me about Rook Labs and checking in on certain things there.
Yeah.
I don't have extensive security clearance at Rook Labs for obvious reasons. It has broadened a little bit over the course of the semester as I've taken on more duties and have made them think I'm trustworthy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I've gotten some information, but I'm also not in a place to push the boundaries super far.
No, I don't want you to put yourself in any danger.
At least
and weird
for my
stuff.
personal my personal protection, I'm in a fairly decent spot.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I would have to think about what other resources might be useful that wouldn't be easily identifiable.
Well, you got the comm call, so you can call us if there ever is a problem.
And I should be checking in with them again regarding certain things that are certain parallel internship that I set up. So there may be a backup. I can't promise.
Not
Yeah,
I heard
about a couple months tardy,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
I heard some murmurings about an intern who never
Shut up.
showed up.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how
Yeah,
at this point, since it's so late in the semester, there probably wouldn't be anything you could get involved in. But if we're
becomes
able
a long-term project,
Yes,
it's something to pursue.
if I'm able to get more time with them, you may be able to get on next semester, and then we might be able to dig a little deeper.
Yeah.
Well, whatever you do, be careful. But
Yes.
and if you ever need help, just call us, and we'll be there. But yeah. And yeah. I'm trying to think of what else, like, I don't know, Sylvie. the DNA stuff is the biggest thing. Oh, the pheromones. Did we ever give you a sample of her pheromones?
Yeah,
So
we
you
had
could
been.
examine those, and then
The conclusion was we could make a
synthetic.
a temporary gas mask, but I can't sustain the output that we theorize Aroma could. So there's
don't
no way to fully
believe-
test.
I don't believe
If
you
you
pulled
can-
Henry into that, though.
I thought we did.
Oh,
I don't think so.
I don't
Unless I'm
remember.
wildly forgetting something.
Y'all really
We're-
only learned about aroma very recently, so
Because I know you were talking about the gas masks, and then the other sort of lab work was the tranquilizer, but that went to Hecate.
Okay.
So I don't
Yeah.
know if
yeah.
that might be kind of.
We just have a lot of lab work stuff.
Yeah, there's
that's why we needed
a lot
to
of
bring.
pieces.
We got to bring Henry into the lab work stuff because we need
Yeah.
more lab hands. We need more science brain.
I mean, if you want to bring it up now, and
I mean, we can bring it up now, and then for the session we bring Cynthia back to discuss with.
I don't know how
Henry.
your pheromones work. Like, could we I don't know. Wear nose plugs? Probably won't work, huh?
might need something a little more
Gas masks.
Something
heavy duty.
It's
I just think you gotta blast her before she blasts you. You, Sylvie.
I wonder.
You blast her with the pheromones first, and then you got her. You know. Just be
that's
faster.
assuming she does not have some kind of resistance.
I hope she doesn't.
Meanwhile,
But
Henry's
if
just like, oh my
she
god, you should
did,
not
then-
operate on hope alone.
If she, if she is immune, though, we could find a human form by you just walking around everybody you see in town and pheromoning them. And the one who doesn't react is the one that's her. We
I
found
feel
it.
like we had this conversation regarding ethics and
Oh shit!
pheromoning
You're
people.
right. You're right. We can't just go around pheromoning everybody.
Non-consenting individuals.
God damn it!
I am not entirely sure how one might go about neutralizing pheromones. I could think about it. But if you want,
yeah.
I don't know. Do you want me to focus more on trying to figure out this DNA, or
I think the
Roxy
DNA is the
issue
first
takes priority.
okay?
Just because they did something to my
That's-
brain.
That's the one we have to move on first.
I feel
Let's
like-
go with that.
Have you? I feel like you haven't mentioned the brain part yet.
No.
And Henry's just
darling.
like, what?
Oh, they like brainwashed me
Oh,
or
gosh.
something because if you say a certain words and certain numbers together, then I kind of go blink and then I just go to somewhere, try to go somewhere else and do pre-programmed things that I was pre-programmed. I think they might have did something to me in the half factory to my brains, you know?
Roxy,
This is
the poor girl needs time to process.
all kinds
Well,
of
it's
levels
probably
of
better than
concerning.
thinking about her, Joe trying to ambush her. It's probably more interesting than that. Also, maybe she should know that I might be a danger if somebody walks up to me and says weird words to me.
I feel like Sylvie was fully prepared for you to say the words and was like,
I don't know the words because I don't remember.
Roxy does not know the words.
Roxy goes blank and does not remember what those words are.
Henry just grabs a little piece of paper and makes another note, and it's like, maybe I should get back to looking at this DNA then.
Yeah, I gotta go talk to. I think we should go talk to Grandpa Les. I didn't want to tell Sylvie we're gonna go see Grandpa Les because she gets a little nervous. It's like taking a cat to the vet. You can't tell him first.
Didn't we just talk about not ambushing people?
there
I'm
was a
telling her
betrayed
before
look.
we're leaving. I'm just giving her less time to freak out about it. She's still upfront about it, but also we're gonna go see Grandpa Les.
That aside, in light of the potential connection to Rook Labs, please be very, very careful.
Yeah, and if you see me walking like a zombie and not saying hi and being normal Roxy, maybe just like stay out of my way. You know, just like, just
She's contemplative for a minute. She says, okay.
yeah. We might get like dots for people just in case Roxy goes super soldier. I don't know. I don't know what the words. I think I was just supposed to go somewhere. That's what Cynthia said my brain was saying, is to go somewhere, go to home base or something. But there could be other words and numbers that make me do other things that are probably not great. And I don't really want to think about it too much, but just keep yourself safe.
I think that's. Are you doing okay?
Right, but we're just kind of day by day. Joe was melting down more today. He tends to have more crises than the rest of us.
I think he has more obvious crises than the rest of us.
I think
That
he doesn't
doesn't
have.
necessarily mean he has less.
I don't
or
think
more
that
or
he
less.
has any coping skills, if we're honest. I at least got some coping skills. Like talking to Grandpa Les.
If Sylvie had a tail, it would be switching back and forth right now, and like nervous cat.
Freya's just like sitting on your shoulder. Okay, all right then.
Are you okay? Like, y'all good?
For the most part.
If you need to talk or you need anything from us, you can call anytime.
I know.
If you call too late, Sylvie might tell you about what blue tastes like, but that's okay.
It's only happened to a couple people.
Hecate just coughs.
Ooh. But yeah, I guess whenever you reconvene with Cynthia, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll arrange a follow-up meeting with you.
She can either meet with you or do you want her to give you a call? And just to be clear, you don't
Probably
want
just
Joe
give him-
sent here. I told him he just needs to arrange that with you on his own and not, combine the two. But I just want to make sure that you like that space. I don't want to make choices for you.
If I'm in contact with you on a professional basis and you need to come around as a team, I'm okay with him coming along. But in that aspect, would like to keep it strictly professional.
Do you think he's capable of that?
Maybe he can wait outside.
Fair. That's fair. I just wanted to know your boundaries around it. That's fair. That's what I was trying to say. I don't think I said it as like nicely as you, but like, yeah, you got to keep the professional and the personal separates, you know?
But if he wants to have a personal conversation, it is his responsibility to set that up with me himself.
That's what I was trying to say. You just said it way more better. Less convoluted. That's what I was trying to say. He's got to keep those two things separate, you know? Anyways, so I'm glad I had a good bearing on the boundaries. So I'll just keep reiterating that that is a personal thing that's dealt with in personal capacity. This is professional. But just wait outside too, you know? We could just tell him to wait outside. That's fine.
You need someone to watch the door, right?
Yeah, and he's really good at watching. His whole name is Watchdog, you know? I mean, I personally would have chose like the name Danger Dog or something if I was a werewolf, but you know, whatever. Deputy Danger Dog if I needed a stupid shared badge, but you know. It's very extra. All right. Well, it was good to see you. She'll offer a hug if Henry wants one, but she won't
I think
force it on her, you know.
Henry probably hesitates for a second, but we'll accept the hug.
Yeah. All right.
Sylvie definitely just like goes with like a wave with her goodbye and nice seeing you, because she's not entirely sure how she feels about hugs outside of
Polycule.
her girlfriends.
The snuggle.
Yeah, Henry will just
cuddle
like
puddles.
nicely wave and say it was nice seeing you too. Yeah, I'll see if I can dig up any more information and we'll touch base later.
I wish I would have gotten you a
more
sample.
projects in the future, as well as I'll see if should I have time to check if I have any more information for you regarding what private research I'm aware of in certain subjects.
Yeah, if you need like a side job, we could probably like contract work to you. Now that I think about it, Elena's very rich, and so is Cynthia. So are you.
Yeah.
I'm not rich, but I have 3 rich girlfriends.
What do you mean contract work?
Like, you know, like to like do the like this is like you just kind of doing like free labor for us right now, and I feel like you should be compensated.
Oh, you mean just like the chemistry stuff?
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted to do other stuff, that's fine too. I probably need to talk to Joe before we like employ you at the base or anything, but
we might need a
stuff
shell
probably is
company and something to make the paper trail look legit.
We have a Mexican restaurant.
I just work part-time at a Mexican restaurant and earn $3,000 a month.
Yes.
Totally not front for crime.
Totally legit.
The Italian restaurants are already in cahoots, so you know, like just Mexican restaurant. It's a taco crime ring.
Got a borderline recipe for West Side Story.
Yes.
Except that was what? Puerto Ricans and Italians?
Yeah,
I think.
I think so.
It's been a while since I've watched it. So
Yeah,
I
me
don't
too.
What I
know.
remember of it, it was Puerto Ricans and then just like vaguely American. I don't really
So
think they were ever
Italians.
given like a
Italians,
specific-
they're vaguely American.
Possibly.
Vaguely.
It's been a hot minute since I've seen the original.
Yeah.
Henry just thinks it over. Just like, maybe we can talk about it later.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
We'll work on that when we bring Cynthia in on all of this planning.
Yeah, I was just thinking like we shouldn't really ask you to do like work for us
no,
without
it
compensation.
does make sense. You are taking several risks for us on top of everything else. You should be compensated.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I really appreciate that you feel you can confide in me.
Well, yeah, you're very trustworthy. You're nice. I don't know why I wouldn't confide in you. You're very smart too. You think about things in ways that I can't. And sometimes you just need somebody to tell you the smart things, because sometimes some of us don't always think of the smart things. I'm very good at fixing things like bikes and cars.
You're also very good at listening.
Oh, yeah. Well, I try.
You also know humans and can touch technology.
I can touch technology. It doesn't always not break, though. It took a little bit to learn how to not like crush my communicator. Because I forgot how strong I was. That's the weird part of just getting powers
still
one day.
sometimes
I still yeah. Normally now when I do it, it's because I'm mad and I threw it, or I purposefully crushed it. Because Joe started a fight with me in a junkyard, and then I broke his ribs, and then you got thrown into a car because he was projecting issues onto me. So, that's the last time I broke it. That was purposeful.
We're getting better.
I think it's been a while since I accidentally broke one, but I think I've thrown some like off of really tall buildings and things like that. So on accident, like dropped it. Whatever.
Side note, that means all the backup communicators are really durable.
There's usually at least one or two really durable ones.
Seems kind of necessary and
yeah, Cynthia's done a great job in like creating really like this fabric for uniforms is like primo. It's very durable. I have not been able to rip it yet. And I don't know, Sylvie's might be, you didn't use the material, yours are plants, right? That's what your costume is made out of?
For the most part, and fake shit.
Cool.
I'm trying to figure out how to incorporate the material still.
She makes a headband of the material. That's okay. I like your plant costume. I think it's cool that you can just grow your costume. I gotta wear mine under my clothes. And now I can only wear the costume because they're looking for Roxy.
Speaking of which, we should probably move sooner rather than later. Just
we should go see
keep you
Grandma. Don't take me there. All right, I can call him, I guess. I'll call him. If you really don't want to go, Elena will go with me. She likes Grandpa less.
We can go. It's just there's the possibility that that's where they'll be looking for you, and returning to your house might be a concern as well. How well do these people, your potential stalkers, know you and your habits?
No, I don't even know how they know me, Sylvie. Like, I have no information. It's very concerning. We should probably say the numbers and then follow me to where I go.
I am
and
not
then find
saying
out
the
where they're
numbers.
based so we can do reconnaissance work. But I'm also
Let's
afraid of what
say-
I'll do if you try to stop me. You'd have to be like in my pocket as like a mouse and then pheromone me really quick before I go and like get into like sight range where they could like take us or something. I don't know. Or Sarah would have to like put me in a box. Oh, you should see the mech suit. That was so badass. Henry, we'll have to introduce you to Sarah so you can see the mech suit because it's so cool.
Mech suit?
She can create like these like I don't even know. What are they, Sylvie? They're like solid, like she can create shields and stuff.
Hard light projections.
Yeah, hard light projections. And she like made a mech suit.
You just see this like
But that's not even
amazement and
coolest
wonder
thing
like
she did.
fill up light up Henry's face as she's just taking this in.
Well, when she got stabbed, she made shields for her guts.
What?
It kept herself from bleeding out by keeping her guts in a shield. She's
mean-
pretty talented.
I need to meet her.
You do. She's on the roof, actually.
No, tell where I look up.
Roxy's so bad at secrets.
You would like a tap on the skylight, and Sarah's just like, no.
Sarah just like takes an elevator solid light projection down off the
Yeah.
roof.
Henry
like,
just
to
kind of
the
like
window.
glances at the ceiling and is like looks like she wants to say there's something, but then shakes her head and says, "Another time. You have
Yeah.
things you need to do. I
We
should
need to probably
see if I
figure
can
out what's
figure out."
in Roxy's head.
Yes. I
What's
should
wrong
see
with
if I
my
can
brain?
gather any more information from the samples. But
I don't know if you know anything about that kind of science or like the super humanities. Maybe they used some sort of super hypnosis.
I could do some research into known power sets and see if I find anything that might fall in line with that, but it's not
I feel like it's a science thing,
As-
not a.
it's not something that I think any of the big known superheroes have. So it might
We're really
it could
hoping
exist
it's
but
a
might be
science thing.
unreported.
I hope it's a science thing because it scares the living shit out of me if that is a superpower. Or like, what if it's a new
Understandable.
villain? Yeah, that would be scary if they could just like take anybody's brain and like. Ugh.
Yes.
I hope
but-
it's a science thing.
Me too.
Yeah,
If it's not,
we'll figure it out.
we'll find a way to handle it.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good to see you. Bye.
Bye.
All right, Sylvie. We don't have to take you to Grandpa Les. Should probably take Joe there, anyways. For reasons.
But all of you, the two of you can leave and then meet back up with Sarah. And before we see what the other group is doing, as you walk out of the chemistry lab, we do get a frame of Henry who watches you go with a smile on her face. And then as your voices fade down the hallway, she'll turn back to her lab and kind of like place both hands on the table, just kind of like taking in all of the new information and figuring out what to do. And she glances down at her wrists, which now bear matching brass bracelets. And that's where we leave that. But Elena, Cynthia, Joe, and Eugene,
Okay.
what are you doing? How are you going about this search?
Well, my first question would be transportation because 2 of the 4 members of this squad cannot fly.
You can if
Run.
I reduce your
But you
gravity.
can run.
Run, werewolf,
you can
run. Like you did the last time.
I would imagine Could we use the walkie-talkies as communicators if we're close enough?
Yeah, if you
Even if we're outside of the city?
Yes.
Okay.
So if you if the group of you stays close together, the communicators still work. It is just the problem is when you have people like someone inside the city trying to communicate with someone outside the city. The reach isn't that far. So as long as the communicators themselves stay within close proximity, they function as normal.
Yeah, well, you guys can be ground team and we can be air team.
Team ground
Okay.
and team air.
Or unless you want to fly.
Let's not.
Team
push it.
airship.
How does that work with the
Gosh.
werewolf running in the air?
I mean, we could take vehicles.
Okay. So
He doggy paddles through there.
Tony had said that they were going camping, which means that he probably went outside the city, but he probably didn't go too far, right? So if we can just get in range of him, we should be able to signal his communicator, right?
In theory.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we don't necessarily need to directly find them, or at least I hope we don't have to. I mean,
We just need to get close.
yeah.
Mhm.
Cynthia, would you be able to tell if, like, even if he doesn't respond, if we're connecting with a communicator?
That's a good question. I don't think she would be able to tell. Because it's like,
It's like a walkie-talkie.
yeah, you kind of have to like key into the frequency from your end. So like you can't activate somebody else's from.
Okay.
Hit the frequency we know that it would normally be and hope for the best.
Walkie-talkies don't have read messages.
No.
I could
They're
also
red.
scan telepathically as we go.
Yeah. And then I'll sniff for Tony on the ground. Dad, I guess you don't really have either of their scents, so
I could listen, see if I can find, any
You
sounds
can
of
also stop at Fuel Good and
hushed conversations or that.
smell for motor oil. That'll probably put you in the right direction.
actually, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's maybe stop at Feel Good and get both of us refreshed on scent markers.
All right. The four of you can head over to the repair shop, and Cynthia and Elena can just awkwardly stand by while Joe and Eugene sniff everything.
I was about to say,
Yeah, I was gonna say, do we-
smash cut to Joe and Eugene just face plant into the couch. Just
Oh my god.
Yep.
That's how you sniff sometimes, Boone. Just a whole face.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the two of them can do that. Got a nice
If they really want to.
we get a scent marker. We don't have to specify
You-
Yeah.
how.
you get the scent.
Okay, let's start off of major highways out. Hopefully he didn't go too far. And then we should probably periodically just ping through the comms to his frequency.
Should be easy. Well, you guys do the sniffing and we'll do the pinging. Pinging. I don't know how well running and phone works.
Find out.
Especially when Papa does not have thumbs.
That's a good point, actually. Do we have like I don't know, a belt or something? Something
Huh.
to
Do you
help
want
it-
sequins or? I'm sure
What-
Echo has tactical belts, and I'm sure in the
What is the
closet of
belt
rejected
for?
costumes is
to make sure he can like keep a hold of the communicator even when he doesn't have hands.
Belt would work, or probably string
like
it
a
up
tactical
on
bag, tactical
a
dog
like
bag.
some sort of It might be a little get flung around a little bit more if it was on like a necklace or like kind of lanyard deal, but there's probably enough resources in the base to fashion something that.
Yeah, no, I mean,
Sure.
Dog fanny
workshops
pack.
right there.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Basically, the talking color from Up.
Yeah, sure. But you can get him situated with that, and basically, unless you want anything else, all ready to go. So are Elena and Cynthia flying? And then Joe and
Elena's- Yeah.
okay, and then Joe and Eugene are running. Cool.
Yep.
And are you trying to follow any lingering scent marks in the city, or are you just going to wait till you're outside of the boundaries to see if you can find the most recent trail?
I'll start scenting as we're approaching the edge of the city, just to see if I can find like a start point. I'll
Okay.
be focusing mostly on the edge.
You probably get a recent marking towards a highway that leads west out of the city.
Radio that to everyone, and I'll try to follow it as best I can.
Okay.
I imagine I am not going to be able to outbeat the pace of a car, but I'll see what I can do.
Yeah,
Oh,
probably
yeah.
not.
Elena will look
subs-
for the car while she's up high. She knows what Tony's car looks like.
Instead of the substance you mimic being wolf, the substance you mimic becomes car. You're now a transformer.
Isn't
In
there a
all
Rick and
forms
Morty
except
gag like that?
physical, you are a car.
Wouldn't know.
He turned himself into a pickle, not a car.
Transformers.
Yeah, you can head out along the highway. It's late enough and dark enough that it's not the strangest sight, because most cars
Some
that pass
poor-
by don't
Mm.
really register what's going on, and there's also a lot less traffic.
Some poor
There's also a
vacationing
light in the
family just sees
sky.
like a cryptid on the side of the road as
Yep.
Joe's tracking this.
Um,
Some kid's gonna have
Halcyon City
nightmares.
cryptid.
One of many, I'm certain.
Have you
Um,
seen this cryptid? It's just a weird tree.
Yeah.
Uh,
But you catch or follow along the scent that you caught near the edge of Halcyon for a while. It seems like is pretty consistent along the highway, just heading out of town for a while.
Still periodically testing the comms, see if we can get any response.
It remains quiet. I'd say you're probably an hour outside the city before the scent veers off at an exit.
Okay.
So I imagine you've been running so long at such a consistent speed that you like run past it, and it takes a minute for your brain to catch up, and you're like, oh shit. Turn around and head off the
Do
exit.
like that football slide and then just like scramble back the other way.
Yeah. Picking up some like rocks and dirt behind you as you go. And you probably hang a right off the exit, and it initially leads to a gas station, but you don't see any sign of Tony's car there. And can pick up the trail and keep following it along the main road. The scent's probably a bit more concentrated now because, as you'd imagine, the car was going at a slower speed along this road than it was on the highway. So it gave it more time to sort of percolate.
And I am like radioing all of this to aerial team here just to make sure that they can keep pace.
Put reflectors on you so we can see you in the dark.
Just a reflective collar
Uh-huh.
that blinks occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah, and keep following it along, and you get to probably stops at a local market like store, little shop front, where the scent's really strong. You can tell. Tony
Stopped
probably
for a
stopped
while.
here for a little while. Picked up some stuff.
Lasagna, no doubt.
Swung swung
Yeah,
by
lasagna.
a diner, hung out there for a while, and then kept going out of town, or I guess along this little town, and then outside of the town proper, where all the immediate shops and businesses are. And
Is it
you
more like a suburbia area or more of just like a general
sort of
outskirts?
kind of a mix of like suburbia and outskirts. I'd say this is
Okay.
probably like a mixture of like small suburban developments, farmland, and then just like more open spaces.
So it's like where I live. Okay.
And then as you're going along, you probably catch sight of a sign that indicates a campground and follow that along, and you get to a little sort of lakefront-ish camping development, not the one you were at before. This is
I was about to say.
a different. You are so much farther outside of the city.
All
Okay.
roads lead here.
And this is also not in the middle of a forested, like a super forested area.
Okay.
And you can see that there are, it's kind of like cabin motels is the best way to describe it, where there's like a main office
Okay.
and you can rent out a cabin for however many nights, or
Is there like almost a summer campish area where it's like little
Ish.
lodges for everybody?
yeah. But they also have more like open camping spaces, so if you want to bring a tent and set up, you can do that too. It's just if you're one of those people who wants a little more comfort and a solid roof over your head, there are cabins that you can rent out. And let's see, the scent gets like stronger and lingers a little bit, and like overall more concentrated, so you can tell that Tony is nearby. It's just finding the exact cabin where they're at.
Radio up to everybody. Okay, he's here somewhere, or at least he's been here very recently. He's got to be in one of these cabins, I think.
Okay, we're coming to you.
All right.
Should we radio him first?
It's worth a shot.
No, he's in a cabin. We can just be like, "Hey, we're outside," instead
Works for me.
of
I'm gonna give it a shot.
Okay.
I'm gonna do an air lap. Make sure there's nothing weird.
Fine, weird.
Weirder than
you.
Weirder than us.
Yeah, weirder than us.
Yeah, you can do a quick
Like, oh, my detector's going off. Yeah.
you can do a quick sweep of the campground, and it's not super duper busy. There are other cars here, but fairly, it's quiet. You don't really-
imagine at this point it's like 8, 9 o'clock at the earliest.
It is late, yeah. What does Cynthia say over the comms?
Tony, you there?
There's a long pause. And then get a response. That is, Cynthia, what the heck is going on?
That is a very long answer. We are here. Joe's back. We're here to check in.
Hey, you kind of just told me to get out of the city, so Yeah.
That we did, and I appreciate you doing that. We're mostly following up to make sure everything's still. There will be explanations.
all right.
It's a lot of explanations.
I mean, this Roxy's pretty confused as to what's going on, so it's best for me to step outside to have this conversation.
I'm gonna say yes on that one.
All right.
Let us know what cabin you're in so we can also make sure somebody's watching the back door, because more or less people are still trying to get Roxy.
Great. Not consenting at all. It's cabin 12 down at the end of the road.
All right. I relay that to the rest of the team. And I'm gonna head towards cabin 12.
Okay.
Same here.
Probably as Joe and Eugene are getting closer with the hearing, they hear some like Tony trying to make valiant excuses as to why he needs to step outside and why Roxy should not come with him. And like he's just like, I just need to step out for a smoke. And Roxy's like, what are you talking about? You don't smoke. And he's like, stay here. And heads outside. It's just like grumbling under his breath. Jeez, God, always a damn handful. And then I think as he starts to sort of like jog down the steps from the porch, he freezes. And very like slowly turns his head in the direction where Joe and Eugene are. And Joe,
Hey.
you probably actually both of them could probably like pick up on like actually all of you. Tony is very much in a defensive stance right now.
Hey,
Who's your friend?
long story, short version, my dad.
Can honestly say I wasn't expecting that. But I couldn't have predicted a lot of what's happened in the past like 48 hours.
We've got a lot to talk about, but later.
Clearly. Have Elena and Cynthia rejoined the group at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, Cynthia has. I can't speak for Elena.
Yeah, she did a lap and then
Quick sweep and
yeah.
settled down with the rest of the group? Okay. All right. I mean, I don't really know where this conversation needs to start, but I guess first things first, how long do we need to stay out here? We left pretty quick. People are going to be wanting their cars back at the shop.
It's a good question without a good answer. Let's do a rundown of the situation, and then we can decide from there. Work for you?
Yeah, sure.
How much do you know? This version of Roxy is not a superhero, correct?
This
Yeah, as far as I know.
is also the only version of
I mean,
Roxy
she's not great at
Tony's.
lying and hiding stuff anyway, so I feel pretty
Do you
confident
have-
that I can say she's not a superhero.
Do you have any memory of a Roxy who was a superhero?
I think he opens his mouth. You can tell, like, to immediately deny it, and then he pauses and thinks. I want to say no. Like really badly.
Interesting.
But something about that feels familiar.
Interesting. Okay. The gut instinct that you shouldn't immediately say that it doesn't seem familiar is correct. Okay, so question. We've been gone for like multiple months.
It's been roughly 2.5 months.
Okay. 2.5 months ago, me and my team stepped through a portal that some guy just created to save somebody who had been dragged through the portal. Very little time passed for us on the other side. We come back. Suddenly there's 2 Roxys. The one you know, and the one from the one
Somewhere.
you used to know. My theory, something split. The Roxy you know could... What I think is happening is the Roxy you currently know is Roxy as Roxy would have been if she'd never gotten powers.
Like a timeline divergence.
Yeah, except they both exist in the same timeline right now.
Yeah. Portals are weird.
Okay.
What happened in the version of reality that you don't remember is that, was it about a year ago that the hairspray factory happened?
Mhm.
A little over a year ago. Roxy used some hairspray that gave her superpowers. As part of a government experiment. They then kidnapped her, locked her in a factory, and she broke out, and then we met her. I'd say that probably sounds weird, but this is Halcyon.
We're way past weird.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 2 Roxys.
We got 2 Roxys.
Potentially varying timelines.
Of
What do we
potentially
do
varying
about that?
timelines.
We don't know yet.
We don't know yet. More immediate
We-
problem. The people, presumably, who kidnapped Roxy and gave her the powers in the first place, seem to be after her. They sent like some sort of kidnapping hit squad after her. And there's some sort of activation code. They say the words. She does what they want her to, which is basically walking towards an unknown location that we are going to find eventually. I don't know if that applies to your Roxy.
This Roxy.
I-
We don't know if they are aware about the timeline divergence and are trying to write it, which seems a little suspicious that they wouldn't come out right out front and be like, hey, we're trying to fix this. But because one Roxy is in danger, both Roxys might be in danger.
It could also be that there was no good way to snatch regular Roxy without people noticing. But now that there's another Roxy, people wouldn't notice if they kidnapped the new one or the old one.
They could have, yeah, for some reason planted an additional Roxy so they can take the one with the hairspray power for nefarious purposes. But we don't know
But
if
they
this is
plant in a Roxy, why
Are
would
they
I have
growing
no
them in land?
memories? Why would I have no memories of the one with the superpowers?
Yeah, that's also a big problem because we have a friend who no longer exists.
Oh my god.
But you're
I mean,
the
she
Roxy.
still like physically exists, it's just nobody remembers her.
Yeah, the Roxy in the cabin is not friends with us, and your mother remember us being friends. But this Roxy has no memory of who we are.
I'm so confused.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Join the
that's
club.
Par for the course.
Fantastic. Just what I needed. It's fine, Friday. So lots of problems. What are we gonna do about them?
Well,
Do I need to keep babysitting Roxy out here?
You probably need to get you back to Halcyon for
Yeah, you can't
reasons.
be. Nobody. I neither can be gone for too long either.
I would like to get back to Halcyon, yeah.
We don't know if this Roxy is actually Roxy. Is it the Roxy from a different dimension? Is it a clone they made of her in the lab? Is it a sleeper agent disguised to look as Roxy? Could
I mean, I think I accidentally talked with this Roxy. Just sort of incidentally. And she seemed situated in this world, I guess would be the way to put it. So I don't think she's another Roxy. Because I feel like another Roxy would be a bit more thrown for a loop about everything that goes on in our world.
Unless she comes from another world that's almost identical to this one. She just doesn't have powers.
Wouldn't be the other world because there were no
Oh.
powers.
we definitely know it's not that.
Is there just one?
There's probably more.
There's probably many. There's at least 2 other places. I've been to one, and then Aviv are all in one.
But I feel like we could potentially disprove that clone theory right here and now, yeah? I mean, you guys know that code, right?
We have no way of knocking her out. We can incapacitate her, just kind of like lift her.
You'd have to
but-
float her, and then we could figure it out from there.
Would that
Yeah,
would that necessarily would they is there a guarantee that cloning would mean they'd both be affected by the same code?
No,
If
but
she's
it's
a clone, she would have the same genetic structure as Roxy, so it's the same tainted hairspray would trigger the same thing.
if it's genetic, if it's just conditioning.
Then the same
The
hairspray
point
would do
is,
the
if we
same.
test it and it doesn't work, we can rule that out as something we have to worry about.
Unless the code that would affect her is different.
Unless the
does-
code that would affect her is different.
If it does work, then we have to lift her up and take her. Could follow her. Actually, well, then we just put innocent Roxy in harm's way.
I'd rather not risk a Roxy who doesn't have powers or a healing factor. Hmm.
Maybe we could like table the idea of trying this code word.
All right. You think it's
Once we're
best?
back at home, I think that would be safer. Then we have the capabilities
We're just
to
like
neutralize immediately.
there's a lot of unknowns going on here. And
No.
I mean I know we have to
Yes.
test the boundaries at some point, but like not
We
feeling too
should get
confident
you-
in doing that right here, right now.
Let's get you back to Halcyon first. I'm gonna telepathically shoot a message to Joe and be like, "Are we gonna tell him that we know about the werewolf cult?"
I think as you're doing this, Tony is just like continuing to talk. He's like, but, like, do we have to go back like right now? Because I already paid for the cabin for the night, and
Hey, all
Elena's
right.
convincing him that you just take your time whenever you feel like it. It should be fine. Just give us a heads up.
You just let us know.
For the time being, though, at least one of us, I think, should stay out here and make sure that the two of you stay safe.
I mean that's fine. We got like a spare bed and a couch. So I think the couch is actually a pullout. So like, if y'all want to just crash for the night, well, he side eyes Eugene. So maybe just one person's fine.
I can stay out here.
All right.
And then
I guess-
Joe will telepathy back to Cynthia. I'll try to explain the situation to him as best I can.
Right. Okay. Well, keep us updated.
Well, you
The
cannot.
Yeah.
Whenever you can.
rest of you just sneak off and rent a different cabin for the night.
Oh
Buy
my
the whole
God.
campground.
Oh my god. Elena's just like, place a call real quick. Yeah.
What did we say about buying things? Can't use it to solve arguments.
Sylvie probably gave you her funds if you really want to buy the camp, but
I disappear from existence. Come back, me. I'll just be blurry for a while. Okay.
One with the void.
There we go.
Oh, alright.
So Joe can stay and hang out. Are the rest of you gonna go back to Halcyon?
Probably.
No, we don't need to. Joe's here.
Is Joe is it Joe and Eugene or just Joe?
I mean, Eugene can stay in the penthouse. We have an extra room, probably.
Yeah.
Tony, without explicitly stating, makes it very clear that he's not comfortable having Eugene around.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, and Eugene being a real understanding, like, territories and
Vibes.
such, will make a very peaceful exit and go back to Halcyon with the rest of you.
Oops, all werewolves.
He
Yes.
probably, like, before he leaves, he probably does look to Joe just to be like, you okay with this?
We'll be fine. Just wait for us at the penthouse.
All right. I think he probably lingers a little bit longer before turning and running back to the road and leaving with Cynthia and Elena. So the three of
Once-
them disappear into the darkness, and you're left alone with Tony.
And once everyone else is gone, Joe will shift back to Joe. And just sort of turn to look at Tony.
He shoves his hands into his pockets. Like, we got some leftover lasagna if you want some, and we'll turn to start heading back inside.
Yeah, sounds good.
And he not like totally throws the door open, but like pushes open pretty wide and says, "Hey, Roxy, we got a little visitor for the night. Hope you don't mind." And you can see her turn around from where she's seated on the couch to look at you, and she's like, "Ooh, Joe, I didn't you know you'd be joining us? That's... All right."
I didn't either. Sorry. Kind of a
So, what, you just like stumbled upon our cabin an hour outside of Halcyon? It's real normal, Joe. Real normal.
it's late and the story would take too long. And I'm hungry.
You know, that's fair. I think we got some leftover cookies too, so. How do you feel? Breadsticks are all gone, sorry.
That's all right. The second the other Roxy turns away, Joe is just like studying her. Does she in any way look different from actual Roxy?
No.
Ooh, that's spooky.
Looks the same, sounds the same.
Smells the same?
She smells slightly different.
Okay. Filing that away for later. I feel like Joe, as casually as possible, tries to just take off what remains of his costume and just gets back into civilian clothes.
I
Why,
think
he was
Tony
dressed up like a sheriff.
Tony probably like
The
shoves you
prototype
down
is
the
just like body
hallway towards the bathroom.
Yeah.
And it's just like, go wash up first.
Yeah.
You're filthy.
Yeah.
You can have a moment alone in the bathroom if you so choose.
I feel like Joe gets back into civilian clothes. Say there's like, I don't know, plastic Walmart bag or something. And he just like puts the costume in for now.
Brown bags it.
Yeah. And I feel like he's like checking through his pockets and has a moment of like, wait, what's that? And then he remembers what it is. And we just get this shot of Joe alone in the bathroom, studying a little ring box.
Yep.
Then he puts it back in his pocket.
Okay. You probably hear the
The
microwave.
range of emotions I just caused is fantastic.
You probably hear the microwave going as you finish up in the bathroom.
Let's come
I'm
back up.
pleased because I have all the details.
Yes. So, Tony, you were saying that we're probably head back into Halcyon tomorrow?
Yeah, I got the cabin for tonight, so nice
Right.
driving back today. So
And for now, it's a let's eat. I'm starving. I miss lunch.
he just shoves a plate nearly overflowing with lasagna at you and scoots a plate of cookies over in your direction as well. You can take a seat at the table and he'll like sit across from you and lean back in his chair and just kind of cross his arms and watch you eat.
And Joe wolfs it down.
Ah,
Because Joe literally has not eaten since he like picked up breakfast on the road getting into Halcyon because this day's just been so freaking long for him. Probably still
comfort
has a
cabs.
stray pine needle stuck in his hair.
Definitely needs some comfort cabs
Yup.
after all the emotional turmoil he's been through today.
Yeah, unless one of them sort of presses Joe, he'll just sort of act as a pleasant surprised guest, I guess.
Yeah, Roxy probably makes like some just casual conversation chattering from the couch. Maybe turns on the radio and listens to a radio show or something. Or like flips through a magazine while Tony just kind of sits there and studies you a little bit and will engage in conversation with Roxy when appropriate. But I'd say Roxy probably goes to bed first and leaves the two of you alone.
Once Joe can like hear her through the wall and is like certain that she's out, he'll just say, "So, I'm guessing you've had a weird few days."
That's putting it lightly, yeah. Being told that there's two Roxys, one of them has powers, one of them doesn't. There's been some strange universe happen, and then we suddenly need to leave Halcyon because there are people after Roxy has been nothing short of a whirlwind.
Yeah. My past few days haven't been
And then you show up with another
Much better.
wolf.
not one of ours. We got a lot to talk about.
Yeah, we do.
pack ain't all encompassing, Tony. Kind of far from it. We knew the Alpha was a liar. We didn't know how much.
All right.
That was my dad, Eugene. Whilst I was stuck in the other world, other Joe was in my body, and I imagine you heard from somebody how I just kind of disappeared.
Various rumors flying around, but yes, people were like, Joe Hickathle's gone off the deep end and just up and disappeared. So, Roscoe
meant-
was deep on my back, asking me what the hell I knew.
You shouldn't have to worry about that too much anymore.
Why is that?
He's on board with us.
Excuse me?
I mean, it took me getting thrown through half a dozen trees, but when I told him about the lives werewolves are supposed to have, I got his attention.
Jesus. Joe, you do realize how incredibly bad that could have turned out, right?
I'm well aware. And it almost did.
That could have jeopardized everything.
Yeah.
You, your entire life, me and my life.
It was kind of already in jeopardy after other Joe decided to up and drop everything. And I... well, I pulled a Roxy. I trusted someone. Someone who maybe didn't deserve it, but someone I thought could be convinced of what was right. Maybe
Fucking
even
hell,
if you
Joe.
if you don't remember it, let me tell you, your sister's been one hell of a hero.
Sounds about right. Still. Okay. So now we have one of the most powerful betas just on our side. What, ready to roll over and take orders?
No, but he's at least listening. And he's not going to tell anyone outside of the circle what's going on.
For now, at least. God. Alright, okay.
Tony, did you ever think about what werewolves outside of Halcyon are like?
Not really the specifics, but I figured they're... Whenever you're in a not great situation, you always think there's something better. And as Grandpa Les would kind of put it, I didn't really have the resources to conceptualize exactly what that would be. But, based on my own family, we do have certain structure in place. So you could sort of find some equivalence in there of being like, oh, this is a good family and community unit. Wouldn't it be nice if that existed in other aspects of my life?
Funny you should say that. Turns out actual werewolf packs, plural, they're supposed to be family units. It's a inherited thing. eye or hair color. I met my dad's pack, the one he made after he remarried.
You just keep explaining this, and you see the realization just immediately click. He's like, fuck.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I wanted to stay out here because, well, knowing that now, I told the team pretty much most of what we knew about the Alpha and the Pack. I told them about Growl. I did not tell them about you.
Keeps getting better and better. All right, this is what we're doing today. Okay. All
This is
right.
what has to be done. The Alpha's only been getting away with this because no one knows.
I'm sure that anyone who finds out gets put 6 feet under. The reason he keeps getting away with it, or they get away with it, is because they have reach and power.
As far as I've been able to determine, they don't have reach inside of my team. And they sure don't have reach outside of Halcyon. Kind of the opposite. Werewolves outside of Halcyon know about the pack. It's disgusting to them.
So we're just gonna go on a tour of the United States and like recruit a werewolf army.
I suspect my dad might already be working on that.
Right. Amazing.
He was not a happy camper when he learned that I had gotten wrapped into it. Like I said, family units.
Okay. Well, now we have to consider not only how to take down the Alpha and their power and the reach and dismantle this whole pack, but what we're gonna do with a bunch of werewolves who are suddenly like out of a pack and wondering what the hell to do. We're gonna have to start like werewolf remedial school.
I guess. I kind of haven't
Basic
gotten that
lessons
far
in
yet.
how to be a werewolf. God.
Well, I mean, the instincts thing seems to be pretty consistent, so we've got that at least.
Assuming there's not something that's fucking up our instincts and perception, so we suddenly get access to a whole new range of abilities.
Well, I mean, you
It's
saw
like a bunch of adults reverting to toddlers.
kind of funny you mentioned that, because it turns out the whole form difference thing isn't supposed to be a alpha thing. That's supposed to be an indicator of how old you are as a werewolf. So when I told him about how that works, he was a little weirded out.
Right.
And that, along with Sylvie doing her thing, confirmed that the alpha's got some kind of magic effect on us.
What do you mean Sylvie's thing?
Oh, right, you don't know about the powers anymore. She can
Everyone keeps talking about Sylvie having powers, and
Don't you remember me warning you about her abilities? I swear I must have done it like 12 plus times.
look. You know what? Never mind. We'll just worry about that later. More pressing concerns.
But I guess my point in all this is that the team can help us. And they can help you specifically a lot more if you're completely honest. And I know you've had, don't even know the word for it, worries about doing that with your family, but the team genuinely wants what's best for everybody. Like, beyond just their own self-interest, they are interested in the well-being of, as far as I can tell, just about everybody they've come across, which has included a couple villains, much to my, I think the word's consternation. I'm not saying you have to do it as soon as we get back. But I am saying a real, genuine push back against the pack is about to happen here. And I think it could be a lot more effective if we laid all our cards on the table. But it's not my decision to make.
You're damn right it's not.
So I will throw this out there. Knowing Roxy, she is almost certainly going to try to meet Roxy. And once that happens, there's going to be a lot of explaining to do.
I mean, yeah, that I did not want them to meet in the first place.
But it's
Mostly because the
Roxy.
threat of like universe imploding was kind of at the forefront of things, and we need to make sure that's not going to happen.
We
One
think
of the
that's
reasons I
probably
was
not
put
the
on
case.
Roxy duty, but
Yeah, we think that's not the case now, just because there appears to be a Roxy back where we left, which means this probably isn't the Roxy from there, but and I guess we'll see.
I mean, the team knew that I was just keeping an eye on Roxy out of harm's way, so
Yeah.
that's not a surprise. Gotta worry about the fact that Roxy might also be a werewolf. Okay, this is fine.
I mean, I'm also personally wondering about the rest of your family. You do kind of have a big family, man.
We're not all blood related.
I'll be honest, I wouldn't really know where those lines are drawn.
I mean, Italians get messy anyway, so.
Take your word for it.
No, I really wish that there weren't people actively trying to track down Roxy right now, because I could really use a run. I'm just gonna deal with that later.
I mean, I know a few, I think it was Taekwondo moves at this point. Could teach you something, help you blow off a little steam.
Maybe at
Maybe
another
needs to punch
time.
me.
See, that's the thing. Maybe at another time, because not in the best mood to not take some of my frustrations out on you. So that's not a good outlet to have. maybe another time.
And I'm not saying I don't have it coming. Trying to right a lot of my wrongs coming back home.
It's all a process, so we'll just take care of it as it comes. I think he reaches over and takes one of the cookies from the plate. Just like bites it in half. Kind of petulantly chews on his cookie.
I feel like Joe kind of rifles around a little bit in the costume and then pulls out one of those like peanut butter and cracker snack packs that he packed in there. Just sort of like pops it open and slides it over to him as a peace offering.
Tony glances down at it, like shoves the rest of his cookie in his mouth. Just like petulantly like puts his hand out and like, slides the crackers over to himself and shoves one in his mouth and glares at you. Goes back to eating his crackers.
You know, when we get back to Halcyon, I guess my dad will be more than willing to tell you everything he knows about actual werewolf stuff. But I mean, hey, he did say packs don't have to be blood related, so maybe when this is all said and done,
We gotta get to that point first. There's still a big werewolf we gotta dethrone.
yeah. The team's most worried about Aroma. Go figure. They're trying to figure out ways how to counter her. Blindside gave us a list of the rest of them.
How many are we dealing with?
5 in total, including him.
Jesus.
We already knew about Chide. Apparently,
Hmm.
he's got some sort of like verbal manipulation thing.
Okay.
And then
Not
there's
great.
then there's Spark. Apparently, he's got some sort of lightning powers.
Okay.
And Spectre, who he seemed to have the least information on, but I guess he can walk through walls.
Oh boy. So now we gotta figure out how to take down all of them plus the alpha.
We're gonna figure out how to help the team take down them and the Alpha. They're already talking about wanting to do reconnaissance. Which,
Yeah, that won't go terribly.
yeah, you're telling me.
All right.
We got a lot of work to do, but I think this is the first big step that we've made in literal months.
Sure hope it pans out that way.
We'll see. Like I said, how much you want to say in regards to it, I leave to you.
Okay. Tony shoves the last peanut butter cracker in his mouth and dust off his hands and say, step outside and get some air. And I'll go, like, sit on the back porch.
Joe will take a seat relatively close to the door and sort of just keep one ear on Roxy and one ear on him just to make sure nobody's in trouble.
Roxy is sleeping soundly in the other room, and you hear some, like, aggravated huffs coming from Tony, but his breathing and heartbeat are fairly steady overall. And given that, I think that is a good place to wrap up tonight.
Roxy is Aroma. The other Roxy.
Plot.
Oh gosh.
That's where she's been
You
this whole
came-
time.
Joe came dangerously close to revealing Sylvia's Valkyrie secret identity wise tonight. I was fully ready to mark that potential.
Alrighty. End of session questions.
Can Roxy meet other Roxy now, please?
No.
I don't know, that's
That's-
something you'll have to decide with the rest of the group.
I mean,
No.
there's more of it's less. Well, there's evidence now that they're not going to directly kill each other upon interacting.
I think she's a clone.
I am almost convinced of my clone theory at this point.
But
I think
I don't
I'm
know
a
why.
clone now.
I don't know why they must have
Oh.
as at least
I'm
Tony's
clone
memories to forget
Yep.
that she had powers.
Yeah, there are two equally disturbing possibilities here. Either this
The
like reality
timelines have
warp
to-
like screwed with his memories, or this like secret shadow organization has someone on their payroll powerful enough to mind wipe a werewolf.
Also,
Which
mind
is-
wipe a lot of people to forget about.
Yeah.
About Sarah as well.
Sarah.
So they're
Uh-huh.
if they are in fact connected.
It's the guy in the
Fully.
suit. He runs Rook Labs.
You know,
Maybe
that would
you'll
tie
find that
everything
guy.
up in a nice
I
pretty
know.
bow.
Charlie doesn't like to tie it up into a nice bow.
No.
Like I just want it all to like, and he's also
You just want to take
the
care
alpha.
of it in one fell swoop.
He's
But
also
also-
the alpha,
Mhm.
and it just solves everything.
I prefer to attack you from all sides.
But
I
also
know.
Werewolf Mafia. Werewolf
Werewolf
Mafia.
Mafia.
Werewolf Mafia. That's what me and Tess were just texting each other the whole time. We're like, Werewolf Mafia, Werewolf Mafia,
Werewolf Mafia.
Werewolf Mafia.
For Tony, as soon as he meets up with the team, there's the normal stuff, and then there's my sister is dating the girl I have a crush on, and the girl I have a crush on has superpowers.
At least that will be like the least pressing issue for Tony. This is the perfect time to drop that bomb on him.
Just
Perfect
put it
time.
all out there at once.
Yeah, no, if you just
Sister
rip the
might be a
band-aid
werewolf,
off, then he can
parents
have
might be a
one.
werewolf.
Are we trying to up the rate of werewolves emotionally scarred per episode to 2 here?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why not?
Well,
Potentially
you know,
more if
we want you both to have a breakdown so that you won't feel like the only werewolf on the psych unit.
potentially more depending if the
You won't be alone.
DeMarcos
You'll have a
God.
friend. I'm a
are
lord.
already transformed or not.
We are transforming you into lunatics, literally. Ow.
Lunatics.
Lunatics.
Oh my
gosh.
Leave meeting.
That's fair.
Alright, I think
You
I've
can't
got
leave the meeting. It'll end abruptly.
I
think
could just
I've
pass the
got-
baton to someone else.
my end of session question here, but it kind of comes with a question of its own.
Hmm.
Can I go closer to the cat?
Yes.
Cool. I'm gonna give influence to Freya.
That hurts.
All right.
My cat
Sorry.
has influence. No, it's fine.
That makes sense for reasons.
I am terrified of that freaking cat.
For reasons, good reasons.
for so many reasons.
I was very happy I had the opportunity to broach that a little bit tonight.
I caught that. So many seeds being planted for Joe. Love it.
So many seeds being planted for all of you.
Yeah.
That's also true. And in regards to what I'll be getting out of this, you know what? I will take the potential, I think.
Mm.
I'm very close to getting that track filled here.
You gotta catch up, dude.
One more.
And I think I might. I keep on going back and forth between unlocking my moment of truth and changing my label. Because I feel like the whole Watchdog Savage Werewolf superhero shtick is not panning out for Joe, so he might need a identity update.
I'm just gonna peek at your.
Is that
moment of
unlocking
truth.
your own label or your truth moment of truth?
Ooh.
One of my options is change your mask's label, add +1 to your mask's new label.
I'm in favor of you taking your moment of truth.
I think the moment of truth is a lot of fun.
It is.
It
It's
is.
very good. Especially for the Janice in particular, it's like, oh yeah, this is absolutely like, I can think of so many iconic moments from comics that are like, yep, this is that moment of truth.
This is it. All right. That's Joe. Who's next?
I think good.
You think great.
I think Elena's gonna grow closer to the team. She had a stressful night, but she had her ever-growing girl gang.
Yes.
The night hasn't even technically ended yet. It's still the same day.
Yep.
Yep. It's
She spent the most time with Cynthia, so we'll grow closer to Cynthia.
Okay.
And I'm gonna mark your potential.
What labels are what labels are Cynthia going to shift? That is how that sentence goes.
I only have one that's in danger.
Okay.
Or peril of being bad.
Yeah, no. I get you.
How many potentials is that? Is that my 5th potential? No, it's only my 4th.
Decisions. I know when I want to shift up, but it's like, what do I shift down? Oh, well, hopefully this won't give you a condition, but we'll see. Let's go. I guess. Sorry, I am indecisive.
No.
I can go next if you want.
No, I got apologies in advance then. Freak up and mundane down.
I take a condition. My
Sorry.
freak is already at 3.
I know.
Do you have any conditions marked?
I don't.
Isn't that rough?
Oh my
Down.
gosh. Ooh. Insecure?
Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And insecure. What is it? -2 to stand in defense.
All right.
Jenna, did you have a decision on yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you can go first if you want.
Okay. So can I give Hecate potential?
You mean influence?
Yes, sorry.
Sure.
Because she was brought up this in last session.
Okay. Yeah, Hecate would already have influence.
Yeah.
Um,
And I am taking the potential because I like my conditions where they are.
okay.
They feel fitting.
Let's see.
I have 3. I feel like I should get rid of some, but also I'm like, they're so, it makes so much
Well,
sense.
yeah,
Well, you
that's the
haven't-
problem.
You haven't had a lot of interaction with her lately, so I think this shift will be based on past perceptions.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So that'll be your freak up and your mundane down.
Okay, that works. Yes.
All right. Was there more that needed to be done for that one?
No, that was it.
Cynthia is going to grow closer to the team and specifically Joe because some confidences were exchanged, I suppose.
Joe does have influence over Cynthia, so
Mhm.
I'm going to take the condition away because I think that she's been feeling better and is not as insecure at the moment because she feels like she has more of a handle on things.
yay! Till I mess it all up again.
Yeah. That's why I gotta stay ahead of the conditions. So just give me one.
Very true.
Okay. I think I am going to say danger down, superior up.
Superior's locked.
Oh, then nothing
So
moves.
nothing happens. Cool.
But you just get potential, so.
I
Or
took the
clear your
condition,
condition,
or-
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, to sort of expand upon that, Joe is very much shedding away his misconception of the team as a threat and is very much starting to see you as someone who can probably, hopefully, safely get him through this.
Cynthia is a little less annoyed with Joe and is starting to see him having more potential as a team player.
Yay, bonding!
It's amazing what you can do
And
when
growth.
someone isn't under an immense amount of stress.
It's amazing what you can do. when
So
you're
weird when
honest.
you let people in, they can help.
It's still under stress. What are you talking about? It's just
He's just
slightly
not shouldering it all on his own.
he's
Yeah.
sharing.
All right. What about Roxy?
Roxy is going to grow closer to the team, but specifically to Henry.
Okay.
So Henry already has influence because I gave her influence before. So
Everybody has influence.
she just feels like she's developing a good friendship with Henry. Also, I mean, might accidentally steal Joe's girlfriend.
Can't wait for her to be evil somehow.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm kind of waiting for that.
Yeah. But then
Let's
you
see.
already have rapport and you can like bring them back to the light side. So
And Roxy can try.
she thinks that, yes, that's always her goal, is bring them back to the light side.
This might not. Okay. So, in parentheses, positive shift.
Uh-huh.
Freak up and danger down.
Okay.
In
Danger
parentheses-
can't go down, it's locked.
Nice.
All right.
Crap. I can't decide if I need to get rid of one of these 3 conditions or if I should just keep potential.
Heal
Ah,
yourself.
fuck
We may
it.
possibly be getting into a big fight
Yeah.
at some point soon.
There might be several big fights at some point.
I just don't feel like she's like resolved the condition.
I mean, that's kind of what I'm going with. Is Sylvie hasn't resolved any
What
of
do
her
you-
conditions.
What do you have marked right now?
Afraid, guilty, and insecure.
You could resolve it mechanically and then
Just
Next
still
session,
keep the
try
emotion
to-
aspect.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember what she felt guilty about.
I mean, you could
I
also
was gonna
be
say Elena
going
probably
to
feels a little guilty
see
right now, but
Grandpa
Yeah.
Les next session too.
that's true.
That is on the docket.
Group therapy.
I'm trying to remember why you were guilty. And I do not
I think
remember.
I was guilty by proxy because Sylvie killed the guy that I was holding down.
That might have been it.
Mm-hmm.
You saved that person though.
Mhm.
I don't know.
Yeah, why was I guilty though? Wait, no, because I feel like I was afraid then. I get guilty.
You took afraid specifically of Valkyrie last time.
Oh,
feel like
I was
we all
afraid
did.
for her because she killed someone.
Yeah.
I was like,
For-
oh shit.
Unless
Yeah, that
unless it
is
was
why.
because you put handcuffs on the seaweed person and then they got killed. But I don't feel like that
Maybe.
is accurate.
I
No,
have
I
a
feel like
vague.
maybe
Guilty
I like
might be from
marked
something
off
else.
guilty
I
at
think-
some point, and then I
I think
like
guilty's
just didn't-
older.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right. I think I was just afraid and insecure.
I have a vague memory of guilty coming up in regards to you like talking with Henry apropos of nothing initially, like when we had first gotten back to the right reality.
Yeah, but I cleared that because I was down to just afraid
Hmm.
for Sylvie, and then I took insecure last time when somebody messed up my.
Well, I mean, if you can't remember the root of it, that might be a good.
No,
sign to just get
didn't
rid
two
it.
of us mess up last time?
Oh yeah, yep,
That's why.
yep. Okay. Well, I'm gonna resolve guilty then because I don't remember why I felt guilty. So.
Fair.
Roxy
feel like that's
forgot
not
to feel
right.
guilty.
Yeah.
That's how
That's
she
fine.
resolved that. Then I'll just keep afraid and insecure because I feel like that's what she's feeling right now. Because she's like, yeah, legit, I might be a fucking clone, or my parents have been lying to me my whole life. That's fucking weird.
Who knows?
It's wonderful.
But thank you everyone for joining us this evening. I'm very pleased with some of the development that's been happening. It's been wonderful.
So happy for you.
Absolutely
Yeah.
wonderful. Thank you.
Ideal.
Just living my best life.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope all of you have a great week and taking time for yourselves. Remember, just vibe. Just vibe. And we'll see you here next week with
When we traumatize Tony.
yes, when we
And or Joe.
and potentially Roxy.
Yeah, no, definitely.
We'll see if we can't throw Henry in there for good measure.
Why not?
Everyone.
Group
everyone
therapy.
can
I
have
mean,
some
I'm
drama.
pretty sure
Fuck
Henry's
it.
already traumatized right now, so it's fine.
Oh, that's fair. But
We're gonna
Yeah.
trauma bond next episode.
Please
no,
it's
let's
gonna
not.
Be,
No.
it's
I
gonna
don't-
be very unhealthy.
No.
And
I'm just gonna
Oh.
call the game room then and there. But
I don't know. Roxy might actually get Sylvie to go to therapy next session. So
She might convince her to go to Grandpa Les.
group therapy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, she's just like, everybody meet me at this address. They're like, why are we going to an Italian food restaurant named
Elena already
Penne
knows.
for your thoughts?
Elena's like, oh yeah. Doesn't say anything to Echo.
I feel like upon Sylvie, Cynthia, and Joe realizing what they've been tricked into, the three of them would simultaneously just turn right around and try to walk out.
And all of the sudden, Elena has made you all too heavy to go anywhere. Weird. How'd that happen?
but until that point, have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.